already in. He'll be on here. Little 10 minutes, maybe a little less.
Okay, well, stream is up.
All right, all right. Everybody got a chance to look at the map, by the way.
I have not.
Oh,
It's
Dobo.
in Discord. Dobo. Hey, the maps.
Ooh, a little Oasis theme we got here.
You played Oasis, Dobo?
Yeah, dude, I play all. Yeah, I play every map.
No, but you played Oasis? Like actually played it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
Give me a second. Yes.
Have you ever played? I'm sure you have Wolf Mount or Wolf Hill.
No.
Dude,
I
you should
haven't.
play it. That's actually one of the most interesting maps I think I've ever played in this game.
Yeah,
Really?
I played with Dobo.
Oh yeah, we played it. Yeah, we
Oh,
played
did
it
you,
together.
Sharky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I did. It was pretty interesting.
It's fucking bizarre. Like they
Huh.
have like it's like this mountain or a hill, and then they have like 60 relics on top of the hill.
The
And then-
shit?
Yeah, and then like you gotta. So basically, like I mean, we got fucked because I tried to transport the relics down,
Mm-hmm.
but like they don't focus. The computers we were playing against like 2 computers. They don't focus on it till like the Imperial Age.
Okay.
So I was shifting like all 60 down, and then they already had an army built up. We were fucked. We were just chickens without our heads on after. But I died with like 40,000 gold.
Damn.
It's fun though. It's a fun map.
Okay. To be honest, what surprised me is that you got a little Sharky action going on. Sharky doesn't
Yeah, me and Sharky, we
spot
played a
about.
couple times this week. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? You know what? So this is going to be a big surprise for you guys then. Y'all are going head to head tonight.
Oh, again? We're back to this. You can't break up the duo. It's like you're causing a divorce now. We went from that couple that hated each other that ended up getting married and loving each other. Now you're gonna make us get divorced.
There you go, man.
Was like
There
a
you go.
Sundere Sun or something like that.
Don't worry, Fassel and Shoaib are going head to head too. And the way the map's structured is, for a little bit, you guys are on your own.
Indeed.
So good luck with that. That's why I said it's going to be pretty damn explosive.
Okay, so then am I on team 1 or 2 then? 1?
One.
Or Sharky on 1. What?
Not you're on 1.
Okay.
Turkey's on 2. Salman and what's his name? Shoaib are on 2.
Okay. That'll be me, you, and Fassel. And then
Yeah, but based on that map, you see how like you guys are going to be on the opposite sides.
I'm trying to see. Okay, so it's what? Blue, red, and green are one team?
Yeah, except it's a 3v3 tonight.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
so technically you guys are kind of like on 2 sides, right? Like opposite sides of the map.
Yeah.
So gray's facing red, it looks like, and then green facing yellow.
Or purple versing red and green versing teal. Because again, remember it's a 3v3.
Right.
One of
So-
the
Yeah, I'm basing off the Oasis map. the map that Corn showed.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Remember, it's a 3v3, so we might be taking out the yellow and gray. So in
Mhm.
that case, it'd be teal versus green and purple versus red.
Oh yeah. Huh. All right, I see that. All right, so that's how it's arranged, kind of an L shape.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
L for winner. Nothing. Okay. I'll keep my jokes to myself tonight. I'm tired.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Dobo, come on, man. I know you're saving all the jokes for in the game. I know that much for sure.
And they
I am
For
exhausted
sure.
today, man. I'm like.
It's all good, man. It's all good, man. This is all
You-
about R&R.
you may be exhausted tonight, but I'm excited for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, someone was saying he
You're
just got a
ready.
PS5 and it's on its way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's supposed to get here tomorrow.
Okay. We'll see how that goes.
Should we just do a quick 2v2?
Hmm?
Should we just do a quick 2v2?
Oh, he's almost
Alright.
here. He's already at home.
Okay.
He's just firing up the computer and stuff.
Where's Fassel? I see him in Discord.
Yeah, you should be here.
Last online 4 minutes ago, according to Steam. Fassel.
Hmm.
Alright, guys, you know it's getting bad. I'm grabbing my blanket. I'm gonna be asleep soon. Fucking rough day.
Yo, man, come on, man. Get a little bit what y'all take? Y'all take soda? Do you take pop? Get that
you
little
call pop? Yeah.
get that little buzz going.
Yeah.
I absolutely would not tell you to drink. I'd say take a pop and get that buzz. But you
Yeah,
gotta do it. You know, you gotta do it when you're drinking it. You gotta do it in like one gulp. You tried
Nah.
that? Did you try to get that brain freeze like that with that before?
Have I tried to get a brain freeze like that? No, but I've
Yeah.
got brain freeze like that. I'm never shooting for brain freeze.
Yeah, back in my college days, that was like my go-to move.
Yeah, even I should quit drinking coffee during COVID too, which sucks.
Oh, really? Is that
Probably
because you just
start
got
again.
you just got coffee outside, or?
No, I didn't have a coffee. Well, I didn't have a
Make-
coffee pot. I always make it at the office.
Ah, okay. But you don't have it at home though? You don't have a coffee maker?
Nah. Well, and then
Oh.
I got one. But
Uh
then
huh.
I was like too fucking lazy. I'm so fucking lazy when it comes to shit like that. Where it's like I'd make it and then I'd leave it, be like, oh yeah, and like I'd forget to make coffee for 2 days, it'd be all moldy. I was like, this is fucking stupid. Like, because we only have like 4 guys in our office, so we have like a espresso machine that's one of the Nespresso, not like the legit Nespressos from Europe or whatever the fuck they're from.
Uh huh.
And like, so it's just like push the thing down, go take it. You know, like, I would drink coffee all day, but now it's like too much of a hassle to go make a fucking pot and all that shit. It's like you don't have to add water to the machine we have. You don't do shit. All you gotta do is like pull a little tab out from fucking drawer, throw it in there, go.
You got those K cups? Or how do you make yours?
Yeah. So with an espresso, it's like this. They're all espressos, and then
Okay.
they're like these little pods. They're
Sure.
like kind of like the K cups, but they're like a lot stronger.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
we would just do that, and then it's like a jug of water goes behind it, so it's basically you never have to really refill it or do any work on it. It's just like boom and done. And then we also have sniffers. You guys know what sniffing salt is? Like like if you like pass out and faint or something, they put that in your nose. We have
Right,
those
right.
as well to wake us up at work.
Damn, son.
We would do meetings and we would walk in, so we'd have like conference
Really? So
calls.
you be all randomly sniffing?
Yeah, it's like because you break them and then you smell them. It's like
No.
you're up. So we would take them and like if we were having a meeting we didn't want to do, we just throw like 4 of them on the table and the 4 of us just break them. Okay, Roy.
Shit. Shuaib, you heard that, man? That's what you need, man.
I came at the right time.
It's all about sniffing, man.
We have not done
Man.
cocaine out of the office yet.
Hey, man, I didn't say anything.
I'm sure someone has.
I said we. I'm
Okay.
sure someone has for sure too.
I
Not
just-
out of mine though.
I just assumed you meant the royal we. You know about that? The royal we?
No, I don't.
Really?
What's the
Back in the
royal we?
well, I wouldn't say just back in the day, but generally royalty says we shall do this and we shall do that. They don't.
Oh, I meant we
I-
like I meant we as in like me and my 3 buddies in the office haven't done cocaine.
I
in
know,
the office
man.
yet.
I know, man.
And I guess I shouldn't have said it yet at the end of that either.
I see. All right. So till Vassal shows up, I guess like Shuaib, you can just kind of have a little chat with Sharky, and then we can start, man.
Which map are we playing? The new one?
Oasis, the new one.
Okay.
So Saman and I are just basically hands
Turks.
off.
Where does that put me? Let's see.
Oh yeah, I picked Vikings as a joke. That was just like
I'm pretty sure the first pick is a dope.
because someone put Mirror first, so I put Vikings.
Okay.
Sharky, let's go ahead and switch channels. That's alright. Alright, guys. It's up to you. You guys got it from here.
Alright. Let me pull up the map. Hold on.
From my understanding, you guys are gonna be playing teal and purple.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, Shark, you're gonna be facing Dobo on the, I think, on one side, and then I'm gonna face Facet on the other side initially, right?
The primary infantry, then secondary cav.
Well, I guess, yeah, so before I guess we talk about that, I mean, so Hurum and Saman are gonna be locked up for like the first, 15 to 20 minutes, right? So obviously there'll be like a good amount of 1v1 technically between you and Dobo and between me and Faisal, right? But of course that doesn't mean that technically, like, one of us, like for example in this case myself, can't necessarily maybe send something to help you out right here and there. So that'll depend on how we're scouting and how we're communicating, to see how bad the situation is or how much of an advantage you have right against the other guy. I mean, obviously Dobo typically, as usually he goes heavy output and he gets like a lot of usually helps, right? He has been producing some scarms, but most of the time he does a lot of helps, right? So to keep that in mind, sometimes he throws in champions. And the other big thing is, I know Horm was telling me there's no boars on this map, right? So all the resources you see there, just let me share my screen, hold on. You should be able to see my screen if you click on my name in Discord next to the live thing.
Yep, I see it.
See, right? So so technically, yeah, like Saman was saying, for example, let's say you're teal, purple, sorry, you're facing, let's say, Dobo, who's let's say across you like teal, and then I'll be like red, for example, right, and facing Faisal. So these resources here, obviously, that you see, the gold and the stone, they're all open, right? There's no boards surrounding that, which means obviously you can start mining them fairly early. Just have to be careful. You don't want to like jump to mining those and then forget about your farms and your lumberjacks, right?
Yep.
So I think the key thing is gonna be it'll be interesting, right? I mean, if one of us can get an advantage before Horm and Salman come out, for example, right? That would be ideal. Or for example, the other interesting thing is if one of us does more defensive, and then technically, the one who's doing D can technically also help out a little bit on the other side with limited units, right? Like Cav or something potentially. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I don't want to give you too much to handle because I know it's going to be a little bit too much. So I think maybe from your side, you can just focus on getting your eco down, getting your scouting down. Make sure you do have like a couple of outposts, right, closer to the opening, near you, of course. So I think if you can hold your own, I can try to put some pressure on Fassel, hopefully, and if possible, I'll try to see if I can help you out a bit as well with Dobo, like maybe raid his eco or something while you're busy with him, right? So I think the
Alright.
key thing is we don't want to necessarily like finish off the other guy because that'll be too risky. Like if that doesn't work, then we get screwed.
Yeah.
It's more about like kind of holding your ground, not giving the other guy free real estate. And obviously if you can hurt him a little bit, that's fine. Like if you can hurt his eco or you can hurt his military, that's fine. But not to like kind of like go all out or something like that, I think. So I guess question for Saman, I mean, given that we have, I mean, obviously, I guess we will need to do trade eventually. We don't necessarily have to do it immediately because we do have the patches available from at
Correct.
least for the first part, right? So
Correct.
we don't want to be wasting all that wood on carts and stuff. So we can maybe like start off with building maybe a single market and eventually Sharky, and then gradually get the carts up, but we don't have to rush them.
It's gonna be a transition. You're gonna have to transition into trade. You have the gold to start with, so you're gonna mine initially and then transfer into trade. So maybe you like start off with like 5 cards, 15 miners, and then as the gold starts to diminish, you go like the 10 miners, 10 cards, and then 15 cards, 10 miners. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's slow transition build up. One word of caution to both you guys, real quick for the ecos, because from my understanding, I'm allowed to speak about ecos. Is now that we have miners in play, that's going to affect your farmers and woodcutters because they're going to be mining instead of cutting wood or farming. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, technically, we shouldn't need that many miners on stone, unless we, of course, are trying to build a lot of bomber towers or castles. But I mean, yeah, Sharky would still kind of give priority more so to the farms and the lumberjacks, and kind of like maybe do limited mining initially, right? You don't want to get too caught up with that. But I think if you pick like a well-rounded, we both have to kind of like pick
Yeah,
things that
something
are
like
a bit well-rounded, right?
Titans are
I mean, in your case, if you want to do cav and infantry, like you're kind of thinking, or more,
Yeah.
so let's say primarily,
or
like
Franks.
I think Spanish usually is a pretty good one because you have the full halves, you have the the good pallies, which are decent pallies,
Yeah.
better than the Teutons, and then you have the bomber towers as well, right?
Actually, the Teutonic
Yep.
paladins are better.
Than the Spanish ones.
Yep. I don't see myself using conquistadors.
It depends on the scenario. Like if you're fighting archers, then the Spanish ones are better because they're faster. But if you're in like a paladin versus paladin fight, the Teutons ones are better because they have the extra melee armor.
You were gonna say something, Sharky, that you're not gonna use conquistadors anyway.
Yeah,
so...
I don't see myself using conquistadors.
I think let me look at the tech tree. I mean, technically, Franks are not necessarily bad. I think the only one drawback is they don't really have hussars. They have like just light cap
They have
only, right?
scouts.
Yeah, so that's the only one
think.
drawback I see there. Yeah, no, they
No,
have
Toots
light
have
light cap.
Toots have scouts.
Oh yeah,
Franks
yeah.
have light cap.
Franks have
Correct.
light cap, yes. And you don't, of course, have the full rams, and you don't have the siege onager. So maybe Teutons is not necessarily bad, Sharky, because you get the full siege onagers too, right? And the bomber towers.
hmm
So I think Toots is
Yep.
a decent pick if that works for you.
So, where are you guys positioned?
Yeah, let me look at the colors.
I'm facing Vassal.
Well, we have to change that. Hold on. Let's see. I mean, honestly, want to try that out in the second game we can, but I think the first game, let me try to face Fassel and you can face Dobu. So you can go teal, Sharky. I think that should
Yep.
work out, and I'll go green.
Not green.
It's gray.
Am I looking at the same freaking? I mean, the right colors, the right map.
Gray or purple?
Yeah, gray purple.
Oh,
That side.
it's like left, it's left to right. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
The orientation I kind of got messed up. Okay, so I'll go gray. So I think Dobo picked Byzantine, I guess.
Agreed. The two jacks of all trades.
2 Romans. Who's in true Rome?
I think one other, I guess, final comment from me, Sharky, is that, depending, of course, it's going to be a little bit tricky game, like different than previous ones, because we do have that early gold and stone, right? So obviously we don't want to be too late on the gold units, but maybe there will be good idea to at least eventually build like at least one siege workshop, right? In case you need to pump out maybe 1 or 2 or 3 onagers here and there potentially, right? Depending on what Dobo's sending your way. But that's where the scouting is going to help you a lot because you can kind of see what he has, right?
Yeah, I double switch to green.
Huh. Yeah, I think. Yeah, he doesn't want to be as close, and then it probably gives kind of a opportunity to contest the corner where yellow would be.
That's interesting from Dobo side.
No, I kind of figured that's what they would do. I honestly thought it was gonna be teal and purple and red and green tonight.
So I guess technically, yeah, that's interesting. I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, if they're going green and red, then maybe I guess I can go purple. Makes more sense, right? So I'm not as close to
Fast.
Fastel, and I'm also closer to Sharky than to help him out, right?
Yeah.
Or purple.
And it also gives both you guys a resource area to contest over.
Mm-hmm. I guess it's my pick. Let's see. Thinking about going Mongols. Either Mongols or Celts. I mean, since we have the stone and stuff, I think Mongols may not be bad because I can have the Mangudai too. Okay, Fassel pick Spanish.
The auto Spanish.
How are these elite Lancer dudes? I never really played with them myself. I know you've been using them, Salman, I guess. So what's the...
They're
What are
alright.
they good at?
They're honestly pretty tricky to use.
Delete the object on the flared location.
They're okay. They're not the best. Head to head versus the Nightline, like the Paladins,
Mhm,
they'll get
mhm,
slaughtered.
Yeah.
Let's see, what am I feeling playing? Oh, so what units are you guys making?
Gonna be doing
Attack the enemy with sentient.
Siege and Mangadai mostly from my side.
Yeah, halberds and then paladins, and then if need be, like for pushes, to talk knights and siege rams.
I don't think you get full ramps, by the way. I have full ramps, but you don't get full ramps.
Oh yeah, full.
You do get the bomber towers, right? So that's
Yeah, the
not bad.
towers. Like if I'm expanding.
Yeah, like if you're contesting too, that'll be good to have the bomber towers there. Fassel's been obviously kind of like, been enjoying doing the raids more recently, right? So I'm sure he's gonna eventually, get some raids in there with some pallies and stuff. So we'll have to make sure have a little bit of a defense in our main eco, right? In case he sends like raids that way,
Mhm.
like at least build like a 1 or 2 barracks around that. I mean, you can throw in like a couple of bombers in case you need to once you get a lot of stone, but it initially helps. I think should be fine to protect yourselves. So with Sicilians, you're gonna be building those the sergeant guys, I guess, right?
Yeah, the
Models.
dungeons.
The Don Johns.
Don Johns. Don John. Don Johnson.
Corum picked the Turks, so technically he has the Janissaries and the camels. How do the Janissaries fare against the sergeants?
Good.
I'm sure Fassel's gonna be going bomber towers galore.
Yeah.
Gonna have to have some rams for taking that shit out. Some trebs. Let's make sure we keep scouting Sharky and build those outposts. At least we're close to each other, so if one of us does need help, like we can try to help each other out. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Sharky, will you be last?
Come on. Come
Come
on, Texas infrastructure.
You know what that? You know what?
Don't let me down again. Yeah.
Throw it out the window.
Out the window.
Oh.
The battle
Come on.
between Fassel and Sharky. Let's see.
Ah, damn it.
Oh, there it is. There it is, Sharky. You know what's coming in the retro?
Ah, come on.
Sì, immediatamente. Salutiamo. Va bene. Muratori, ordini. Minatori, giusto, va bene. Giusto. Immediatamente.
Let's make sure we build our first TC near the wood also, because we're gonna collect that.
Yep. Then we're prioritizing farms.
Muratori.
Yeah, that's a good place.
Salutare. Taglialegna. Ordini. Muratori. Muratori.
I like those gold piles, man. It's been a while.
Oh, I'm sure you do, man.
Freaking been too long. There's also relics, Sharky, by the
Yeah, I
by
see
the
it.
forest a bit. I'm pumping on my first scout now.
Sì, sì.
All right, yeah, pumping out scout.
Muratori. Muratori.
Pumping out
Muratori. Muratori.
Yeah.
Muratori. Pronto sono.
Salutiamo, taglialegna, minatori. Pronta sono. Muratori.
Sì, sì. Muratori. 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 Salutiamo. Muratori. Muratori.
Sì, minatori. Taglialegna.
Can't
Yep.
be
Okay, Faso's already here, obviously, as expected. And I'm trying to contest a little bit. Just gonna scout him more a bit.
Pronto sogno.
What's double up to Sharky?
Bit of rate.
Muratori.
Let me see here. What?
Muratori. Sì. Pronta, taglialegna, minatori.
Ordini.
Salutiamo, taglialegna, minatori.
Got to build freaking out more houses.
Quick question for you guys. How's it looking for a second PC?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
let's see.
Gonna do that too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do
Giusto.
that.
Muratori. Muratori.
Right, scouting on Dilbo again.
Sì, sì. Muratori. 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 Muratori.
Set up on the middle.
Muratori. Ordini. Muratori. Muratori. Pronto sono. Muratori.
Ordini.
Ordini. Muratori.
Pronta sono.
Sharky, also make sure to build the mills, don't forget. So I'm gonna go scout fast, let's see what he's up to.
Muratori. Muratori.
He has a lot of helps right now.
Ordini. Muratori. Muratori.
Bomber tower up near the resources. Those few ramps for that.
Sessi. Muratori. Muratori.
Pronto Sonia. Muratori. Sì. Muratori.
Salutiamo. Muratori.
Salutiamo. Taglialegna.
Sharky, what are your eco counts? I'm kinda low.
1500, 500, 500, 159.
Ordini.
What's your pop?
Muratori.
I'm at 70, 85.
Pronta sono.
Okay.
Taglialegna. Minatori.
I'm 1,000, 300, 1,400, 390 out of 95. Yeah, they'll build like a few units, so that's one of the reasons my pop is a little low. I mean, my resource is a little low right now. Working on building more stuff.
Sharky, don't forget, you're gonna need some food. He's using some food and stuff.
Yep.
Salutiamo. Muratori. Muratori.
Good job with the outpost, Sharky. So Double's building mostly barracks or what?
I did see some stables because there's some cav, and he does have skirmishers as well.
I'm building my first castle right now.
I got pancaked.
You got pancake?
Yeah, I think.
Salutiamo.
Pronto Sonia. Muratori. Muratori. Ordini. Muratori.
Pronta sono. Muratori. Muratori.
Pronto sono. Ordini. Muratori. Sesse.
Sharky, make sure pull up a lumber camp here, okay? When you get a chance to
Yeah.
collect wood fast.
Second.
Yeah, just ring
Yeah,
the bell.
I'm going
Ring the bell. It's okay.
Ordini. Salutamo. Muratori. Sessi. Muratori. Ordini. Muratori.
Salutiamo. Muratori. 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 Muratori.
Pronta sono. Muratori.
Pronto sogno. Muratori. Muratori.
Sessi. Muratori. Muratori. Minatori.
Ordini. Sesse. Muratori.
Salutamo.
I'm gonna send guys to build a TC near you too, Sharky, because need to help you out a little bit later.
Sessi. Muratori.
Sending some guys there now. So fast also, ranking, building a good amount of pallies as expected. Just FYI.
Ordini.
Yeah.
Sessi.
Yep.
Muratori.
Building farms.
Pronta. Taglialegna. Muratori.
Hey Sharky, throw a lumber camp here. You guys are walking too far away to go to the TC. Throw a lumber camp there.
Ordini. Muratori.
Salutiamo.
Yeah, he has a treb.
Muratori. Pronto sogno. Muratori.
Sessi.
Yep.
Muratori. Ordini. Muratori. Pronta. Muratori.
Oh, he's built his team. Crap, he just barely finished it before he got there.
Finish it. It's not finished. It's almost.
Yeah, barely finished it. But he might just finish it now since.
Yep, you killed off his villagers, so you can't. Unless you kill them in the first place.
Yeah, I think.
Salutamo. Pronta sono. Muratori. Ordini. Muratori. Muratori. Muratori.
We build some traps as well. Help the bomber towers a little bit.
Ordini. Muratori. Muratori. Muratori.
Sessi.
I'm gonna need more help, Sharky. I think he has you're good. He has some help there.
Muratori. Taglialegna.
Sì, sì.
Salutamo. Muratori. Muratori.
Salutamo.
Attacking his bomber towers right now.
Muratori. 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 Immediatamente. Muratori.
Ordini. Pronta sono. Muratori.
What is this?
Muratori.
Building a bomber tower.
Muratori.
Salutamo. Muratori.
It's a lot of cav.
Sessi. Minatori. Muratori. Salutamo. Va bene. Minatori. Ordini. Sessi. Muratori. Muratori. Muratori.
Ordini. Muratori. Muratori.
Pronta sono.
Yeah.
Salutamo. Ordini. Muratori. 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 Sessi. Muratori.
Yeah, I'm trying to pressure Fassel back a little bit. I took all of his bomber towers out.
Muratori.
I'll regroup a little bit.
Sì. Sì, signori. A vostro servizio. Ho fatto, capivo. Comandi, ho fatto, sì, signori. Sì, signori.
Turkey, how you doing with stone and stuff? You good?
Yeah, good on stone. I think a little low on gold. I can probably stand to mine a little more.
Shino, we forgot to build the markets, man.
Ordini.
Yeah.
Let me build some on my side, at least 1 or 2 for now.
Ordini. Muratori.
So he's got archers. Oh crap, archer. That's what I needed.
Muratori.
Also trying to build another cast.
A vostro servizio.
Attaccare!
Sì, a vostro servizio. Ho fatto, signori.
Pronto, Sonia. Ordini. Muratori. Sì, sì. Muratori.
Sì. Ho fatto. Va bene.
Pack my traps.
Yeah. So big hard on the castle. And let's see. Yes. Okay. Building more.
I guess we
More
can,
help.
we can help him. Samana can have bottom for now. Let me also try to build some stuff near him too.
I'm gonna lose all the villagers and castle.
A vostro servizio. A vostro servizio. Sì. Capivo. A vostro servizio. Capivo. Ma sì, signore. A vostro servizio. Ma sì, capivo. A vostro servizio. Sì, a vostro servizio.
Sessi. Salutiamo. Sette. Muratori. 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 Muratori.
Ho fatto. A vostro servizio.
All right. Horn. He brought some bombard cannons.
Salutiamo. Muratori. 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 Muratori.
Sì, attaccare! A vostro servizio. Ho fatto. Sì, signore. Capivo, fatto, capivo. Sì, capivo, fatto. Sì, signore. Ho fatto. Sì, signore.
Pronto, Sonia. Muratori.
Comandi. Attaccare! Capivo, ho fatto. Sì, signore. Capivo. Sì. A vostro servizio. Combattente. Comandi, sì, signore. A vostro servizio. Capivo, ho fatto. Attaccato. Ho capivo. Sì, signore. Sì, ho fatto. Capivo. A vostro servizio. Combattente. Sì. Attaccato. Sì. Combattente. Attaccato. A vostro servizio. Sì.
Ordini. Manovali.
Sessi.
Yeah, Horm also has some bomber towers here next to
A vostro
Fastball.
servizio. Sì, signore. Ho fatto. Sì, signore, lo capivo. Comandi? Sì, si capivo. A vostro servizio. Comandi, lo capivo.
I'm building some ramps for you guys on the Sharky side to use when we're ready.
Sì, lo capivo. Sì, signore.
Pronta sono.
Salutiamo. Pronto sono. Muratori. Sì, sì. Muratori.
Comandi, lo capivo. A vostro servizio, capivo.
Ordini.
Crab's
Salutiamo.
coming. Castle.
Ordini. Salutiamo. Muratori.
Sì. Attaccare! A vostro servizio. Combattere! Lo fa, sì. Comandi. Lo capivo. Sì, signore. Lo capivo, fatto. Lo capivo.
Just keep spamming bombards. Let's see.
Muratori.
A vostro servizio. Lo fa. Attaccare! Lo capivo. Sì, lo fa. A vostro servizio.
I did build a trade tower,
Sessi.
trade center.
Immediatamente.
You freaking mom with auto freaking gold, man. I don't need that market on the other side. You guys don't have one yet on the other side, Sharky, right?
Yeah, just just
that's gonna freaking hurt. There, okay. I actually have another mine there. Mind that shit.
Lo capivo, lo fa, capivo. Attacchiamo! Sì, signore. Lo capivo.
build some light cap to counter all these bombards.
Comandi, sì, signore. Lo faccio. Lo capivo, signore. Sì, a vostro servizio. Lo capivo. Comandi. Sì, signore. Lo faccio. Lo capivo. Sì, signore. Lo fa, capivo, lo fa, capivo. Combattere, combattere. Lo fa, sì, lo fa. Combattere, sì, lo fa, sì, lo fa. Capivo, sì, lo fa. Combattere. A vostro servizio. Sì. Lo fa, sì, fa. Lo capivo, lo fa. Lo capivo. Sì, signore. Lo fa, sì, signore. Lo capivo. Lo fa, capivo. Combattere. Sì, sì, capivo. Sì, signore. Attacchiamo! Comandi. Attaccare! Sì. A vostro servizio. Sì. A vostro servizio.
Salutiamo.
Sessi. Muratori.
A vostro servizio.
You have Janissaries there. Oh shit.
Comandi. Lo fa, capivo. Sì. Combattere. Sì, sì, lo fa, signore. Comandi. Lo fa, capivo. servizio. Ho capito. Sì, sì signore. A vostro servizio. Attaccato! Sì, attaccati! A vostro servizio. Attaccato! Attaccato! Sì. A vostro servizio.
So yeah, so can't produce. I don't have really a lot of gold, and so I need to mine more.
Sì, sì.
Ordini.
That's kind of bottlenecking my gold production, and my tower.
Pronto sono. Muratori. Ordini, muratori.
Salutare.
Sì, sì.
Pronta sono. Muratori.
Pronto sono. Muratori.
A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Sì, combattente. A vostro servizio. Combattente. Sì. Attaccato. A vostro servizio. Sì, ho fatto. Sì, signore. A vostro servizio. Attaccare!
Salutiamo.
Salutamo.
Ordini. Sì, sì. Ordini. Muratori. Salutiamo.
Muratori.
Pronto sogno. Sì, sì. Muratori. 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 Salutiamo. Ordini. Pronto sogno. Muratori. Muratori.
Sì, si fa, sì. Ma lo fa, sì, signore. Capito, sì, signore, capito.
Hey Shoaib, what are you up to with your? Are you holding off vessel or something?
Yeah, a little bit, but let me check your area.
All right, yeah. Dubai has the upper hand as far as production. And Horm and
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, trying to freaking hold off Vassal's Trevs a bit. A second. So I can push him back and then help you out. Hold on.
I think it's all three over here.
Sì, a vostro servizio. A vostro servizio. Sì. Sì, sì, capito. Sì, sì, capito, signore. A vostro servizio. Ho fatto. Sì, signore. Ho capito. Ho fatto. Ma sì, sì, signore. Capito. Attaccare. A vostro servizio. Ho capito. Sì. Ho fatto. Combattente. Sì, signore. Ho fatto. Ho fatto. Ho capito. Sì, signore. Attaccato. Combattere. A vostro servizio. Sì. A vostro servizio. Sì. A vostro servizio. A vostro servizio. Sì.
What's freaking good against the Conquistadors? I know other cab, but I don't have freaking pallies. I guess Hussar's gonna work.
Hussar, with cap archers. Mama, there we go.
Magadia, yeah, I'm trying to use the Magadia too. They are helping.
Sì, sì, ho fatto.
I think Sharkin, your side, I mean, I guess the resources is a little bit issue, but we need just like a shitload of trebs, I think.
Trebs, okay. Yeah, I need a castle. I can build a
I can
castle.
help if you have extra, but you don't have extra gold right now, right?
I think I was managed to produce gold on my base. Hold on, let me build a wall on that.
So I have castles there next. You have 3 castles next.
Cleared
to
out
you.
line.
I can help build treads, but you just gotta be. The only thing is the resources from my side. You have to be a little careful with that. Okay, Faso's trying to slowly just freaking keep building bomber towers.
Yeah, I think it's been hardcore on the bomber towers here, especially Dobo, which I'm surprised.
I'm sure Faso told him to do that, but yeah.
Sì, signore. Attaccare! A vostro servizio. Sì, a vostro servizio. Attaccare! Sì, lo fa. Capivo, comando. Lo fa, capivo.
On the way.
A vostro servizio.
What else can I? More cav.
Sì, lo fa, capivo.
Sì, salutiamo. Muratori. Muratori.
Build some honor just for these goddamn conquistadors.
Yeah, I'm up against the Janissaries, which is going to be. I have onagers in the back.
Lo fa, capivo.
I'm getting pushed pretty hard right here.
Be tough. Increased melee on that, so
A vostro servizio, fa, capivo. Sì, signore. A vostro servizio, lo fa, sì, signore.
it was a bad match for the Janissaries.
Sì, lo fa, signore. Lo fa. Comandi. Combattente. A vostro servizio. Lo capivo, lo fa, sì, signore. Lo capivo. Lo fa.
Pronta, signore. Muratori. Sì, sì.
Saluta, ordini minatori.
Ordini, immediatamente. Pronta, signore. Muratori.
Sì, attaccare! A vostro servizio.
Pronto su, manovali.
Comandi. Attaccare! A vostro servizio. Sì. A vostro servizio. Sì, signore.
Sì, sì.
Sì, lo faccio. Combattente. A vostro servizio. Attaccare. Combattente. A vostro servizio. A vostro servizio. Attaccare. Sì, combattente. A vostro servizio.
Sì, giusta, bene.
Saluta.
Ho fatto. Sì, signore. Attaccare! A vostro servizio. Sì, capivo. Attaccato! A vostro servizio. Sì, combattere. A vostro servizio.
Salutiamo. Manuale.
You guys,
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I have some on the right, on the bottom area. There are halves on the way.
They took out my markets, by the way.
Ordini.
Double spamming castles. All right.
I'm gonna try to do one last defense because they're almost at my main base. Pulling back a little bit to rally up in the back.
All right, I'm building more cav.
Ho fatto. A vostro servizio, sì, signore. Ho fatto, sì, signore. Ho capito. Combattere. Ho fatto. Sì. A vostro servizio, signore. Sì.
I have enough to spare.
A vostro servizio. Attaccato. Sì, combattere. Sì, attaccare. A vostro servizio. Ho fatto,
Sì, sì.
Sì. Attaccato. A vostro servizio, comandi. Attaccare. Sì. Attaccato. Sì, signore. Comandi. Sapevo. A vostro servizio. Sì. Ho fatto. A vostro servizio. Comandi. Attaccare. A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Attaccato. Sì. Sapevo. Sì, signore. Capevo, fatto. Sì, signore. Sì, combattere. A vostro servizio, comandi. A vostro servizio. Sì. Comandi. Sì.
Pumping out more trebs.
Comandi. Capevo. A vostro servizio.
Sì, taglialegna.
Pronta, chiadigna.
Sì. A vostro servizio. Sì. A vostro servizio, capevo. A vostro servizio. Sì, sì, signore. Capevo. A vostro servizio. Sì, ho fatto. A vostro Sì, a vostro servizio. A vostro servizio. Sì. Capivo.
Gold, man.
Capivo. A vostro servizio. Lo faccio, capivo. Sì, signore. Ma lo faccio. Questo sapevo, fatto. Sì, attaccare! Vale, signore. Sì, combattere. A vostro servizio. Capivo, lo faccio.
So what are you gonna do now?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I'm pretty much done here, unfortunately. I'm out of gold too,
Hmm.
so it's tough to push him back. I'm rebuilding barracks and stuff in the back and castles, but gold is an issue right now. The trade is not that long either, so that's not helping too much.
Take the trab. There we go.
I mean, I guess at this point I'm gonna freaking try to build hussars to help with the trebs, but
Ordini. Giusti. Muratori. Salutamo. Muratori. Sì.
Salutiamo.
I have a bunch of trevs, but nothing to protect.
where do you have the trebs? Can you click there? Hey, they're coming for your trebs. Be careful, be careful. I have a lot of pikemen. Let me send them your way. Bring the trebs to the castle. Okay.
Yep. Short to the castle. Oh yeah, I have halberds there.
Smaller,
Yeah,
smaller.
they're just garrison.
I'm sending pikemen your way too, actually.
That's good. Yeah. And then halberds is going up. Let's see.
Okay, let's.
Just sending one for.
Yeah, let's get the bomber towers in the corner. Let's take these
Yep.
out on the corner.
Yeah, sending one on the.
Move the traps up. Move the traps up. Let's use all the traps together. Get all those bomber towers fast.
Moving up. Can you make room for the tribes to unpack?
Yeah. There's a palace hero. Try and get him for you. Sorry, Caterprise.
Combattevo. Sì, signore. Lo faccio, capivo. Sì,
Packing tribes, packing up again. Can you move up the
capivo.
up your pikes?
Hold on.
Sì, signore. Capivo. Lo faccio, sì, signore. Capivo. Sì, lo
The
faccio,
onagers on play.
lo capivo. A vostro servizio. Lo faccio, sì, sì, capivo. Sì, signore. Sì, combattevo. A vostro servizio.
Pack up the trebs to hit the barracks and the towers. You need to build more halberds.
A vostro servizio. Sì, sì.
There's onagers there. If you can someone take those onagers out? Sharky Pali's right next to him. There's more coming in the back. But good job with the traps. Yeah, keep
Yeah, protected with Janissaries, so I think we need
yeah,
onagers
that's
as
fine.
well.
Yeah, keep using the trap. That's fine. Good job. Good job.
Vic
After take
tribes.
that one out, let's pack the trap. After take that one out, let's take that last one out. That's there. You almost have it.
Ordini. Sì, sì. Manovali.
You want more halbs?
A vostro servizio.
You want halb?
Building more manga dives, Saman for down there. Look at that, I was able to save us some gold.
Sì. A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Comandi. Sì, signore. Sì.
Cataphracts incoming. You up the halberds? You have cataphracts? Crap.
I'm sending some manga down your way.
I have some spare troops so we can recover. Up to
I'm
produce
here.
more.
I sent manga down your way to help with the cataphracts a bit. That's helping. You have more
I'm-
stone to build forward castles more or no?
Build more forward castles.
Do you have more stone or you need stone?
Stessi.
I have stone, so let me
Okay.
build
Well, now you
extra.
can build, you can also actually, let's build bomber towers. You have bomber towers too, right?
Bomber towers, yes.
Yeah, let's build a big few bomber towers next to your trebs.
You pump out more halbs. Since we're pushing, we might do Teutonic Knights as well. Finish with the tread. Chrome's coming in with but I have cannons.
Good job, Sharky. I have a manga dive around your traps too, okay? Up with the conquistadors a bit. I mean the cataphracts. Yeah, the cataphracts are going down.
Also,
faster than
bomb-
manga dive.
Use Mangada against these bomb.
There's a SARS there, yes, let's take him out, Kurama should load a bomber cannon, try and use the manga dive against them.
Yeah, Mangada is good choice for that.
They got almost all of them. Pulling back.
Right. I got more tribes on the way. I have another cap, so I have more tribes on the way.
A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Combattete. Sì, signore. Ho capito. Sì. Attaccare. Ho capito. Sì,
Try and kill
Build
fast
a-
forward villagers
Okay.
that he has.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a what is it? Siege for onagers and
vostro servizio.
because we have a bunch of janissaries.
Sì, capito.
We have an onager on. Let's see.
A vostro servizio. Sì.
I'm gonna build a couple of onagers for the conquistadors and rams eventually too.
Yeah, please do. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna send my trubs to the left corner and then build pallies as well.
Sì, sì, signore. A vostro servizio. Ho capito.
Keeps moving the janissaries.
Sì, sì. Ho fatto. Ho capito. A vostro servizio. Ho fatto. Ho capito. Ho fatto.
Backing the trebs, there's a lot. They're moving them back. Didn't see it. Got it. Okay, I think yeah, my stone and gold are all mined out. Let's see. And I have how many trade do I have? Oh, 20 trade. So yeah, I think I'm good there.
Come on, I see you have some guys there, so I have onagers too for us to help. And then you can have rams and onagers.
A vostro servizio. Sì, fatto. Sì, signore.
Sending my rams and Salman.
A vostro servizio.
Horn has bombards and janissaries.
I have onager for the freaking janissaries.
Where else do we want to push? We want to push towards the bottom again.
A vostro servizio. Ho capito. Ho fatto. Ho capito.
More halberds.
Sì, ho fatto. Sì, ho capito.
I have halberds.
He's freaking trying to use my. Horn freaking sniped out my freaking onagers, but let's
Yeah.
see.
Building more tread.
Gotta replenish.
We have more paladin.
How are the Mangada against the Janissary? They should be pretty decent, right?
Good question. Decent.
Sì, ho fatto. Capito. Ho fatto. A vostro servizio.
Come on, you gotta repair your mark when you get a chance. Oh. You have onagers, Mangadai, and some pikemen.
Yeah. It's a big micro game with me and Quorum, so I don't think he's got pallies on the way. Ah, shit.
You have good force now. Need to build some rams for us again. Do that. Rams.
It's kind of a micro game here.
Ho capito.
Just keeps microing the.
That's fine. That's fine. Just defend there because we gotta pull back here. Move your trebs inside the wall in the middle. Sharky here. Move your trebs in the wall behind the wall in the middle so we can use them later when we need them.
Yep.
And now we can protect them with it.
Okay, yeah, I think those honors will be good.
Comandi.
Salutiamo. Ordini.
I want to repair the
Va bene.
market,
Muratori.
Salman.
Pronta, signore. Salutiamo. Manovali.
Salutiamo.
Sì, sì.
I was heading towards you, that's why.
Muratori.
Let's see, bombards can. Yeah, I can do bombards towards you.
You have rams too, Salman. We're sending the rams soon.
I'm gonna build bombards on Shoaib's side, just to shore him up a bit. Bit too late for that, but. Crap.
Sì.
Sì, immediatamente.
Pronto, signore. Taglialegna.
Oh, my freaking honor just started moving. What the hell?
Muratori.
I'm sending rams here of Salman.
Okay, so then let me build some other buildings there. So it won't be too much utility.
Salutiamo.
A vostro servizio. Ho capito. Lo fa, sì signore. Lo fa, sì signore.
Oh, freaking. Need more support.
A vostro servizio. Sì, sì. A vostro servizio. Comandi, lo faccio. Sì, sì, lo faccio. Sì, signore. Lo faccio.
Pronta sono.
Build some more rams. That was bad.
Muratori.
Do a better job.
Muratori.
Sì, ho capito. Lo faccio. Ho capito.
Ordini. Pronta sono. Ordini. Muratori. Salutiamo.
It's getting his crab and pulling back.
Sì. Sì, signore. A vostro servizio. Sì, sì, signore.
Sending the pallies towards the.
Lo faccio. Ho capito. Sì, sì, lo faccio. Ho capito. Sì, sì, faccio. Sì, sì, ho capito.
Well protected, and there are a lot of them. Cowboys like went all out with the trebs, and they're well protected.
And at this stage, I'm gonna try to see if I can hit freaking. Okay, there's a lot of traps there. Interesting. Let me try to help with Mangadai there. I'm building some.
Moderately defended.
A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Ho capito. Sì, signore.
My pot freed up on the left, and
I'll do a little bit of a counter freaking thing to fast a little bit. But Horn is there helping him.
your pallies towards the siege. Siege. What's that? Towards that siege ram.
Sì, 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 capito. Lo faccio. Ho capito.
Sì, immediatamente.
Let's see if I can help you with those traps. They're jerking.
Yep. Be okay. Let's see. We want more pallies and.
Like the traps clean up.
It's, okay, so, and then I can do.
Sì. Sì, signore. Lo faccio.
Honestly, fast will kill a lot of the. I'm good on resources now. Fast will kill a shitload of villagers. That's fine.
A vostro servizio. Sì, signore. Lo faccio.
Micro the siege here on this side. Building more
Sì, sì, lo faccio. Sì, signore.
units on the left. On the left.
Sì, signore. Sì. A vostro servizio. Ho capito.
I have a couple of vonagers in the middle.
Sì, signore. Ho capito.
You guys done though?
Okay. Yeah.
You got disconnected, someone? You're out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my game crashed.
Alright.
Yeah.
But I think you're done anyway.
Yeah,
We're
done.
basically done.
Let me look at the map. Shit, bomber tower galore, man.
Oh yeah, like on every one of them.
uh, but good job
Explosive, they
overall.
weren't lying. Or
No,
calling
you did pretty good overall. I think I got a bit outplayed by Fassel, but you did pretty good.
You both got outplayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, switch
Hmm.
channels. GG, guys.
GG, well played.
Game.
Long ass game, dudes.
Yeah, I mean, part of it was because I had to stabilize, but I wasn't pushing it either. Likewise, Huram wasn't pushing either, so he was.
Yep.
Me and him just kept the back line up.
The pushing was up to you guys. So, but I thought everyone did pretty good. Dobo, Sharky, good recovery by the way.
Thank you.
You know, so great play on that.
Yeah, man,
but
we were there for a minute, Sharky.
Yeah.
A couple minutes.
One thing I have to say though was just scouting from both you guys was very poor. You didn't know what was coming, where it was coming from, where it was being produced.
At what junction? So I think early game it wasn't too bad of a deal. I think later on with
Around the time when both you guys secured. Another bad thing was that they kind of basically just let you guys take the mid resources. I'm just gonna call them mid resources because the players not there. They both let you take them, and then scouting from there slowly kind of dropped off. They were relying a little bit more on the towers and outposts for vision instead.
Okay. Game's up, by the way. Yeah, that's an issue. I was curious. Why did you guys start? Like, Shoaib, why did you start purple? I mean, not really bad, but I'm just
I
saying,
guess
like.
we're trying to like mirror, I guess, your guys' positions a bit, right?
But Fassel was red, so you didn't mirror.
No, we did.
Hmm.
We did. Because.
So what was the-
because
what was the-
Vassal
was the-
red, we had Sharky's team.
Because ideally, you guys would have. Yeah, we did mirror. Because Fassel and I were kind of equidistant with the resources in the mid.
Oh, I see what you guys are saying. It was like on the flip on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
But
Not
one
a,
thing I also noticed on our side, we were late on trade and we didn't really like optimally like position them.
Well, I think that's
You-
also
you mean
because
the trade
lost,
cards?
Yeah,
yeah,
trade-
no,
yeah,
the markets.
trade-
yeah,
trade
the
markets.
markets.
The markets.
ah, I see. But did you run out of gold?
Both.
No, not. But like it took us a while to get like the goal we needed.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I think the combination of losing the mid piles plus the late markets and the shorter distance right of the market, so
Yeah.
that did hurt us a bit.
Okay. Makes sense.
You know, like in your, like for example, because the bottom right was kind of like taken over too, right? So we couldn't establish the trade like you guys did, right?
Right. Okay. Understood. I mean, yeah, the scouting I thought was kind of like a problem for both sides. Hey Dobo, you know, you built those 3 barracks. I wouldn't really go for that intimidation factor. I would just go for what the resources you have to build a kind of like a balanced army, which means that you have a better chance to hold. But other than that, I mean, some of the issues were kind of like expected with some of the gold stuff and whatnot. Sharky, I liked how you were moving forward and the way you were moving forward, so that wasn't really bad. That was pretty good. I thought there were a couple of times you just kind of like lost your units for nothing. Like you could have just moved back and then you would have been fine. But maybe because you did lose some of those units, it kind of like kind of put you back a little bit and on your back foot. You did recover, so that wasn't an issue. Sure, I think generally it was, you know, not too bad for what you were even given the fact that you had that situation. Your first attack was actually pretty. Actually, first attack was pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, I had to make a call because I know. I mean, I kind of already had a kind of like a feeling Fassel was gonna try to, you know, get the real estate right with the bomber tower, which he did. but at the same time, I kind of knew that obviously that would use good amount of his
Yep.
resources a little bit too. So so then I have to make a decision whether I go quickly to take it out immediately or like but instead I kind of started building like a force to take it out and push him back a bit, right?
Right.
But I
So
think, yeah.
apart, like I thought that just one thing, Shuaib, your pikemen were not with your onagers and
Yeah.
skirmishers, so that killed you really. Otherwise, if you actually had that protection, you actually could have done much more damage than you did. It's just that Vassal's paladins just charged right behind from and in there, and the thing is like your pikes were nowhere near, you know.
Mhm.
So my advice is just you have to be really, especially if you commit, like, because think about it like that early. You also committed to the gold units and stuff like that, like your onagers and whatnot. So you really needed to keep that alive. And also I wouldn't just like throw my rams immediately just to die like that. Like, kind of learned, just position your units a little bit better. Other than that, though, like there was nothing inherently wrong with that force you had, Shoaib. Actually, it's just a matter of like how did you want to use that force and that sort of thing. But you're just gonna learn that from time. Overall, not really bad effort from both sides. Vassal, obviously, first time going into this, kind of like you saw I don't want there to be like more reliance on the bombard towers immediately when your food units could have done equally enough, right? It's just that because you kind of struggled with that early eco stuff and not having like like you didn't have enough like I would say like one barrack, archery, and stable. Initially is fine, but you have to add to that so that you can kind of like make the population like make more. And then the other thing is to you need to scout more so that you can see what food units he has. So basically you can also position yourself so when he does come in or show his forces or show his hand, you're able to equally show, and then in doing so you're able to create parity, right? Where he's like, oh shit, like I can't just come in immediately into him, as opposed to when he saw that you didn't have as much and it forced you into making the bombard tower. So I'm just making sure that the bombard tower reliance is still kind of a handicap to the, hey, I didn't have enough forces that I should have. And that goes to that original point Salman was making, that the scouting or that periodic scouting is pretty key, so that it gives you an idea that, oh shit, the guy has much more food units than I do and I don't have enough. Let me quickly make sure that I can ramp up and pump up those units so that at least there's somewhat of a parity situation. Other than that, making towers like that, that's fine. As long as you're able to continue to boom with your resources, that should be okay. So overall, I still think it was a decent effort, a good first attempt on the map. I'm expecting, now that people know the map, a much better impact.
I do have one question for both sides. Why in the world were there so many trebs?
That's that was I think asked on both sides.
That was a
This is,
shock and awe factor.
Yeah, that was me.
What?
Listen, man.
I think you know what? I had a little bit of a an ego issue when I saw Sharkies, and I was like, you know what? This isn't fucking right. He ain't
True Rome.
coming out with a 12-incher, and I'm gonna act like I ain't got one.
I had to go in and take that shit out.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I didn't have that many.
If Sharky's going 20 trebs,
No, no, no.
He's
no,
like,
Vassal,
"What up,
you
Bree?"
look at the other side, man. They had a whole, like, the whole lane was a wall of trips for both sides.
It was.
like,
It was.
"What?"
it was kind of like messed up, though.
Yeah, we promised explosions, so we had to deliver.
Yeah, exactly. We delivered. Did we not deliver?
The problem was, Proto was the support class, I was the infantry class, so he could kill my shit and protect his Dobo shit, so that made things a little bit tricky for me.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I don't know if there were some goal issues or whatnot, but obviously, the one thing to sort of like identify is that if Salman is going to go more of that infantry just because by virtue he's going infantry, I think that instead of like going more on the like more on
no advice.
yeah, which is fine. I mean, basically, you have to kind of recognize that the infantry roles kind of covered Sharky, so essentially you're just like apart from an onager or two mostly, which by the way was the right call, Sharky. So the onager thing was definitely a good call. And then you were kind of doing the right stuff with the cavalry. You needed more of it though.
Yeah, the problem was you spec'd into Teutonic Knights.
Yeah, right.
That was an issue. The sergeants were already on the field, filling that.
Yeah, right.
You did not need the Teutonic Knights. You needed more Pallies.
Sharky, you kind of follow that? Like,
Oh, yeah.
at least you got that? Other than that, you were kind of on the right track, so I just want to at least commend you that at least you recognized that you needed the cav. You just didn't have as much of the cav, right? That was the difference, really.
One thing I want to really appreciate Shoaib and Sharky for, well, actually, mostly Sharky, surprisingly, is Sharky, you showed up to help boost Shoaib when he was getting pushed. So that was great to see because it was a presence from your side on his side, which I think was very nice, right? So that I think was a weakness from our side, even though I had some presence in Dobo's area, Dobo had no presence in mine. So,
Well,
you
to
know.
be fair, Shoaib didn't show up on Sharky's side until you showed up on that side.
Yeah, I was thinking like. Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, it's like we need to Shoaib here, so I was like, I wonder what his deal is.
Sharky didn't come to Shoaib's side until I basically stabilized it for these guys, and then they kind of made a little bit of an effort to push you out.
Well, yeah, no, I'm appreciating that bit, right? So I appreciate that Shoaib showed up on Sharky's side because that mirrors what I did for Dobo, which is great.
Yeah.
But Dobo was missing from my side, right?
Yeah, and in this game, it's probably there's going to be scenarios like that where one player who has more breathing space chances are they're going to show up. The player that doesn't have that much breathing space, probably they can't really show up. So it's just a kind of like a matter of, especially because of the distance being the greatest. There is going to be cases where one player has to. The thing is, where it cannot be where both players, like somebody has to show, like somebody has to, right? And that's the difference. So in this case, in our team, Fassel showed up because he did. In the other case, that Dobo, Sharky did his business with the Bombard Towers and stuff. So that was actually really good. So again, kudos. Everybody kind of did pretty good. Don't have to make that many trips to make a push. Have to still figure out what's the army that's killing you, and then work on kind of talking to each other as like, okay, this is what I'm going to be able to do to take out the army that's in front of you, because you can't compensate for that. Now, having said that, the fact that castles were being like just spammed because there was a lot of stone, not really the best of things, Dobo, to just like spam, because because not only I just use kind of like stones being wasted for no reason, but on top of that, it's taking away from like you being able to actively or properly push, because you're relying on this big structure of a castle with arrows, but it's not really doing anything because you don't have any, like you didn't have, like there was a time where that gold was an issue. So you need to spend more time making sure that eco is stable as you're making your push and identifying what's causing your push to get screwed, and then call out like what type of help do you need, or what units you're doing. The Byzantine pick was great, by the way, Dobo. Like that was a really good pick. It kind of worked for you in your favor. So great use of the cataphracts, by the way. Didn't make enough though with what you were facing, but overall still a good job. So just make sure that you kind of focusing and at least understanding from that perspective. So to that point, because like tons of castles were just kind of built and towers. But if you noticed, Dobo, all the Bombard Towers and all the castles immediately went down when he showed up with the Trebs. Like they just collapsed. Yeah. I mean, they just collapsed.
His max pop of Trebs, yes.
And if you notice, right, and you notice what happened after that? What happened after that was, I literally had to stabilize that because you were kind of like gone. Like there was nothing you could do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
but other than that, you did other than that, I think everybody was doing pretty good. I love the back and forth and what you guys were doing. So overall, even with the positionings and the mirroring, everyone did pretty good as expected, with the slowdown a little bit on the pushing, right? Like that was the only thing. Vassal, the scouting is important. Knowing when to hit the market is important. Not just sending pallies to take out a market, but you have to be able to scout enough to see how you want to do that. And if you can't like take out the market, you can work the eco. Like there's other things you can do, especially because if you're going to send units like that, think about it this way: you sent units like that, and then there was a counterplay that was going to come because all your pallies died, and you're like, oh shit, and then you didn't have any units. Like, that's not the way to do a raid. Raid isn't, I sent everything, they're dead, counterplay comes and I'm wiped. The raid is like, I have my defense, I have my defensive units, and I'm doing this offense. That's how you do the raid. So kind of keep that in mind. Great play on mixing it up a little bit with the Conquistadors. That was a great play. And just generally between you and...
I was pretty happy with Fassel's pushing. That was actually really nice, by the way. Very nice.
Right. So overall, it was definitely a nice play. Shoaib, it's like really from... I don't know if you were struggling with what Fassel was doing. I guess, was there any particular struggle that you were having?
I mean, obviously the Conquistadors were definitely annoying, right? Because they were taking out the the pikemen.
Right.
So I was trying to use the Mangadai against them, which were kind of working, but I don't think they were as efficient.
Right.
In gunning them down, right? So ideally, it would have been nice to have like some, pallies or something on my side, right?
Right.
To help with that.
Correct. So you know in that case you do need some like cavaliers or whatever that you do have. Like you could send those in, and that would have been actually useful. So you were always missing some kind of a cavalry stuff. So it kind of like always put you in the back foot, because your siege was just all around.
Yeah, and then eventually I tried to do onagers a bit to help with the Conquistadors, but then obviously had to protect my onagers, which is another issue, right? So
Right.
From what I saw, Shoaib really kind of didn't have a front line, and then on the reverse side, Sharky didn't have a back line.
Right.
So that was
Yeah.
the
So
issue you guys
right.
were facing.
So I think that they did kind of come together towards the end, and that was great. I would only say that for my intention on the slow push on show was never to defeat him, right? I have no intentions to go in en masse, shock and awe, and all that other nonsense. I actually want show to get better, so that whenever I team up with him in other games, we have a better understanding, right? Which is producing a set of units, and they're not an overwhelming force. Can you reconfigure and counter, right? And then that's the way I pushed, right? It was never some sort of a massive with obvious intent of I'm here to clean you out, right? So anyway, I wanted to make that known.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You did a solid job. Honestly, show didn't have an answer for you. I literally had to go in, just pop up all the towers just to stabilize, and then like you kind of.
Well, did he ask? I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. Is you see, to me, I didn't care about the game as much. Okay, see, that's. I'm hoping that can change, right? I'm hoping
on the
that.
flip side, I didn't show up on Sharky's side until Sharky asked for help. So.
Right. No, but I'm hoping that show like this is something, because I team up with you quite a bit, right? So I really, really need you to, I'm not out there trying to impress myself, right? I'm out there with some configuration, and if you don't have an answer, I really am looking for you to. I'm not looking to defeat you. I'm looking for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying. Because I knew Sharky had his hands full on the other side, right? So I didn't really ask him for help because I knew he was struggling, and he was communicating that too, right? Then I was at least in the initial pushes, the back and forth. From what I recall, I was trying to communicate like, "Hey, I'm pushed you back," or "You're pushing me back now," right? And then obviously that I was struggling, I did communicate that. And then Saman did come to help, right? After saying that.
No, so I'm hoping more along the lines of Fassel's got Conks, a couple of onagers in the back, and a little little
Yeah,
splash of.
I was asking Saman about the conquistadors because obviously that was, a bit of a challenge, and he did give me some. I guess he confirmed that Mangudai technically could be used against them, right?
Okay, that's what I'm really looking
Yeah,
for. Is that
So, but
'Cause-
your real problem wasn't the conks; it was the paladins. That's what you need to identify, though.
Yeah, initially I was using the Scorps to help with that a bit, right, with my pikemen.
Yeah, but when I came over and helped, like the scarfs are gone and they never came back. And your answer to that was the pikes, but then he had the conquistadors and the towers, so you were getting nowhere. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you have to, Shoaib, you have to be able to recognize that the towers plus the pallies are kind of doing a number on you. This would have been a great time to, for example, to use like camels. You know, and camels would have done a great job against the pallies. And then basically you're working on your trebs to take out towers, right? So with the Mongols, you have to kind of like be able to restructure working against the Spanish. It's not only the Spanish, but in this case, it just happened to be the army in front of you. That you've got the camels for the pallies, and then you have like the Mangudai for the conquistadors or whatever, and then you're really working out to take out towers, right? And if rams are not making it, right, which you may have like a
Yeah,
couple
that was
rams
another
working.
issue I did have because I remember like initially I had some trebs which I was kind of successful with a bit, right, to push back, and then I think I also didn't have the right balance with my castle outputs because I was just mostly producing Mangudai afterwards, right?
Yep.
I needed to obviously balance that out a bit more for sure with the trebs.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone. So basically, moral of the story, I would have gone a bit less on the halbs, not no halbs, just less on the halbs, more on the camels, and then done the same config generally, and you would be okay. Like
Yeah.
that would be that would really what you would need. So I think Dobo even had that same mistake when I asked, do you have your cavalry and specifically the cataphracts, and then he looked and he's like, oh shit, Dobo, that was good for you to identify. He found out that he had way too many pallies, and he only had 3 or 4 cataphracts. Remember that, Dobo?
Yep, I do.
Yeah, that was a very good switch.
That was huge. That was huge because literally it was really Salman's infantry that was really doing a number on him. So recognizing that and switching that up and making sure he's not just attacking, but he made sure that he had the cataphracts in more numbers than pallies. Perfect. Like really good job there.
There were 2 things for me on that. One, I wanted to reward Dobo's efforts, so I didn't
Right.
switch away from it. And 2, I didn't want to suspect in the archers. I needed Sho to come over to support
Yes.
Sharky.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Right. That's huge.
So
As
that's
civilians,
actually why
you don't want to go
I-
archers.
I mean, but the thing is, you can.
I know.
But But that was on purpose. I chose a non-archer civ.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
That's fine. But at least
Good game.
people recognize it. So obviously there's a couple of things. But again, I liked the battles and the initial, like the early game, the battles, great. Scouting still continue to scout both sides and work that eco, right? And just because somebody builds a bomber tower, just because somebody has got like a bunch of units or something, that still doesn't mean a whole lot. Gotta have a plan in your mind as to how you want to take the person out or how do you want to gain an advantage. It doesn't have to be like you go and kill the guy. You're just saying, okay, how do I get this mini advantage? And did I get this mini advantage? What will it take for me to get this mini advantage? To just work it like that, right? Like that's the big story here. Okay, so I think it was pretty good. We can ratchet it up and do it again.
Yeah.
Who's oh, one person's missing. Who's there?
Sharky's missing.
Yep.
Sharky, get back in, and we can run it back. And excellent work, guys.
It's
Excellent
a
work.
Good. Map,
good.
Though.
Yeah, the map is.
You liked it,
pretty
guys?
good. Mhm.
Okay. I'm glad you did.
Of course, there'll be freaking a lot of action with 8 players.
Yeah.
You know it. The
If you guys-
start sooner.
I gotta say, I don't know if you guys noticed, it was pretty chill. At least Alba was chill on your side too. It was super chill on ours. So,
Yeah.
Pretty chill, yeah. Communication could have been a little bit better. I mean,
yeah.
when we came together for that one push with Sharky's Trebs and
That's nice.
Shoaib sending his units, and then I was like, okay, now I'll build some towers around you guys. That was a great push, guys. This communication was there. Everything was on point. I like that one.
That was one of the highlight plays behind Sharky's Trebs.
Mhm.
Very, very well played, by the way. And to be fair, because of a lot of the bullshit buildings that were built, that's okay with that many Trebs. Not that many, but shit, still. It worked out. It worked out. Hey, I'm not taking anything.
Because I know Sharky, remember, I think he was struggling, then I told him build some trebs, but I didn't say build 20 trebs.
Hey man, Sharky's like an overachiever.
Dobo came with these like 10 Trebs, and Sharky comes with 12. Then
No,
Dobo
I
comes
can't.
with
I ended up going with 25. I was at 25 at one point.
Then Sharky comes with 20, then Dobo comes with the 25. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
And I think Sharky, that time you didn't even have a castle, right? When I called or when I recommended trebs, I think, right?
Yeah, not in the front. Like it was like out in the back.
Yeah, okay. But that was good.
That was some insane stuff. Great play though, like excellent play by the way. Again, and considering it was Dobo and Sharky, them going at it, it was beautiful to see. Just generally, and Sharky, great job holding the line, bro.
Sharky,
you
tell
held the line.
tell him that it wasn't beautiful. And we don't like doing that.
Oh yeah.
We
All
like
right, guys.
playing together. You can't.
Yeah.
So every week I'll send him like a GIF of like Goku and Vegeta doing a fusion, and this week I sent him, or like an hour ago, I sent him 2 GIFs of Goku and Vegeta fighting. I was like, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
Nice. All right, switch it up and run it back. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
You there, Sharky?
Yep, I just joined.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think to learn from the last time, I think I might just go Franks instead of Teutons. And go like a legitimate cav instead of with the, of course, halberds to protect anything like we build to push.
I think the Frank aren't there trebs? Oh no, that's someone else.
Yeah, they don't have like a treb bonus.
So Franks, yeah, I mean, yeah, overall they're pretty solid. I'm looking at their siege. So they have bombard cannons and they have heavy scorps. How are the Burgundians, by the way?
In a cav roll,
Mm-hmm.
they are okay. The Cousilier is meh. It requires a lot of micro. It's good if you micro it. If you don't micro it, it's meh. The Flemish Militia is a stupid unit, and I'll leave it at that. It's basically a champion combined with a spearman. Not a halberdier, not a pikeman, a spearman. Champion plus a spearman. Besides that, their gunpowder's pretty solid. Outside that, they got nothing.
Did you, I guess, by the way, Sharky, did you build any skirms really last game or not much against Dobo?
Not many. It was just like a key of a token amount.
Yeah, I mean, I could just see what he's coming with, right? Because if he's fully this halves, then of course, instead of going halve versus
Pretty
halve,
heavy skirm that game.
Dobo? If you go in Frank's, I better see some pallies on my side too, man.
Oh yeah.
Those pallies are good.
On
Yeah, I know you were obviously.
the way you guys had it set up last time,
Mhm.
and Sharky sent some pallies your way, and you sent some Mugadai his. You guys would've
Yeah,
been
that
in
would have been
some-
nice.
Some very nice positioning, but fortunately that didn't happen. That's actually another reason I went to Sealand, so I could just round you guys both out with infantry.
No, I think you did a pretty decent job, you know, supporting and holding. Obviously, that helped a lot. Plus, like you said, it was good for us to experience that, right? So. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to obviously go to Sharky's earlier, but I was just obviously caught in the. Not, I mean, early on I wasn't under that much pressure, but obviously, you know, kind of like once, I think once Fassel did that counter kind of push, then I was kind of on my back foot, right, a bit. But, you know, obviously I could have still technically gone to Sharky. I was just hesitant, I guess, that I would, you know, if I, you know, got my attention away from there, that he would just come in, but technically I could have been there earlier, which I should have been. I mean, I did build those castles near you, Sharky, in the back, and the siege workshops, right, in it early on.
Long time, no siege.
Yep.
So just, we gotta make sure to use them.
Quit touching me. Nice town.
I'm thinking of maybe potentially going the. Let's see what sure. I mean, double picks, but I might go Slavs because they have the boyars as well, right? With the calf, which is not bad. How do the boyars fare against the? I mean, I'm sure they also will take out conquistadors without a problem, but I guess how do they fare against the pallies technically?
They are about even. Because the boyars are very heavy melee armor,
Mm-hmm.
slightly less health. So they're about even. The thing about boyars is they can't take archer fire as well as pallies.
Yeah, because of the pierce armor, right? I'm guessing fast. Let me go. So, by the way, you guys saw the way they're doing the trade, right? So they were doing it basically
I
from
did.
Khorram.
Yep.
Yeah, they're doing it from Khorram's corner, right?
From the long
Straight,
to the L.
straight, straight up to the top left.
Yeah, there was. I mean, part of that came down to the fact that you guys didn't get either corner. So
Correct.
Yeah.
So that did hurt. Which I'll try to do a better job because technically I have to, you know, protect that corner basically on my end. So.
either you or Sharky needs to get one of the corners
Mm-hmm.
Delete the object on the
fully
flared
trained
location.
that you're talking about.
Double went 2 tons. So it's probably gonna be doing mix of pallies and.
Attack the enemy with
He does like
champions.
doing Teutonic Knights too, right? So I'm sure he's gonna throw in pallies and Teutonic Knights. It'll be interesting if it does also siege, but let's see. Let me see what I can pick. Let me go Slavs, because technically Sharky we also get that bonus where you don't have to build as many houses, because you know, we get the team bonus. Every military building I have gives you guys 5 pop extra. So let me go Slavs.
Nice town. I'll take it.
Now beat you back to Age of Empires.
Nice town. I'll take it.
Build a wall around your town.
Quit touching me.
technically, I guess we don't have bomber towers.
Now beat you back to Age of Empires.
The other guy.
Okay, do you guys want a bonus?
Yes, that would be nice.
Yeah.
What are you thinking of? So technically, I guess we have, cav really from Sharky. We have decent infantry from both sides. Then I also have the siege, and if I need, I have the boyars too. But we don't have any technically archer type of unit.
So I can go Huns. Stables work 20% faster.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can go Berbers and castles work 25% faster. Or last but not least, I can just go Japanese.
But for Berbers, that's only your castles, right?
No,
Not
it's team
obviously the
castles.
team. I don't see that here in the team bonus.
Tech
Unless
tree.
it.
Tech tree, go read the text.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Unique tech.
Let me see. Oh, team can. Oh, I thought that would be under team bonus. That's weird. Okay.
That's a tech. You have to research it.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So hold on. So if if you have a team castles work 25% faster, that is not necessarily a bad bonus either. Especially for tribes in my case, and then tribes in Sharky's case, and in my case could be boyars too. I would personally maybe say Berbers, because with Huns I think it'll maybe give us maybe too much, not necessarily too much of an advantage, but then I don't.
It's either that or I'll just go straight Japanese.
I kind of like the Berbers because you also technically get the camels, right, to kind of try to help us, counter any of the valleys and other cav potentially. So, and you have the camel archers too. So I think Berbers is pretty good in my opinion.
Check something real quick with them. Spanish.
Let's do like some honestly. Let's do a better job scouting. Obviously, I think we kind of definitely fell. That fell off after the early game. No, I'm saying from our side, right? Me and Sharky.
Yes.
And then also Sharky, let's try to make sure you and I kind of like do build at least a TC in each other's area again. I mean, I know I did, but I think you should also do that eventually, right? As well. So that way you can pop up buildings in case we need them, which I will definitely not crazy, but I will definitely need a few stables, and then I'll try to do the same with my siege workshops on your side.
Nice town. I'll take it.
I love that one.
I didn't know they had that one.
Quit touching me!
Don't forget your second TC and second and third.
Yeah, we're late on that. Yeah, we're late on that, especially. That was a good call out, but should have done that
If I'm
earlier.
calling it out,
It's too
very
late.
bad sign.
Yeah. Interesting enough, I saw in the replay, Fassel's second TC was pretty aggressive. It was actually in the middle pile of the resources, right? So I should have scouted that better.
Yeah, if you scouted, man, you could have
Yeah.
done some serious damage then.
Could have hurt him there. Yeah, he was too aggressive with that one. Because technically, I took out the bomber tower up top, and I was scouting him there. I guess, obviously, I never expected him to do something like that. I need to make it,
Sharky denied
confirm.
the TC.
Mm-hmm.
That was nice, by the way.
Thank you.
The hell's taking so long?
Probably thinking about giving them some sort of team bonus too. Just FYI, you guys will also get Genitors.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. I know I've asked Herm about this before, like janitor versus building, lead skirms, right? Is like if it's really worth the extra resources or not. I mean, I know he told me generally speaking, it's not really
The way you guys
worth
play
it. All right.
So here's the thing. Skirmishers, elite skirms have more attack and I think a little bit more HP. However, the janitor is extremely mobile. So the extra cost comes in terms of its mobility. Therefore, the way you guys play, it's not advisable for you to use janitors because you guys don't really do hit and runs and stuff of that nature. So like if you're gonna go in for a raid, send some janitors with the scouts. Yeah, that's a good call. You wouldn't want to send skirmishers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's in a situation where you want to use speed, janitor. If you're going to be in a stand-up fight, skirmishers.
Yeah, skirms. Okay, that helps.
That's why in general you'll want to go with skirms.
Navy Chrome has the Imperials and then the LAs.
Them camels will do a serious number to you guys.
The cap. You gotta make sure to have those halves too, Sharking.
Yep. Come on, come on. I'm texting.
Normalement, fermement. Et Avenay, Avenay, Avenay. Azul, fermement. Comment? Avenay. Normalement. Avenay, Avenay, Avenay. Et Avenay, 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 Avenay. Azul. Avenay, Avenay, Avenay. Avenay. Avenay, Avenay, Avenay. Where's yours? Avenay. Here? Avenay. Azul. Avenay.
So you guys should have some extra pop Sharky from
Yep.
my military buildings.
Pumping out cavalry.
Building my first scout now. They have a few halves up.
Get away.
I'm scouting fast forward now. See what he's up to. He has a forward archer, not necessarily forward, but he has an archery range up. Barracks, stables, standard. So where his villagers are,
STC.
yeah, they were in STC.
Normalement. Avenay.
Lite wildlife. Det här tar tävling nu.
Kill me, double. Come on.
I'm building one right now too. And they're trying to harass me a little bit with some scouts. Nothing crazy though, but
Stuff.
Dois dois. Nuk. Hafra. Avenay. Lakmarma. Avenay. Dois dois. Avenay.
E. Tabernace. 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 Tabernace.
Yeah, just scouting on me. Okay, he's
Tabernace.
Yeah, he's just trying to pick off some of the villagers and shit's fine.
just raided Dobo a bit. He's building. Oh, he builds a TC near it to the empty side. Like that's where his second TC is. Should have thought of that.
And there's a scout there at 5.
Your farmers back.
Yep.
Azul.
Here. Azul. Ayattab.
E. Bahatop. Azul. أخذ الجنينة.
Dois dois. Here. Avenay. Avenay.
Mekwama. Tabernace. 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 Doc Azul. Tabernace. E. Tabernace.
Lakmarma. Ayattab. Nuk. Nuk. Hafra.
Mekwama. Tabernace. Doc Tabernace.
Azul. Avenay.
Mekwama.
Silence.
Oh yeah, they were trying to raid me a bit here and there.
Yeah, I built my end. Let's see. See the other side.
Here. Avenay.
Glad you understood what that meant.
Tabernace. E.
Yeah, Pastel's trying to expand to the corner, scouting him
Pep has him
right now.
scout bleed through.
See. scouting vessel here. So he has a force on the corner here, a bit skirm, few skirms, few health, nothing big, but he has buildings here, so I gotta work that out. He's building a bomber tower again as suspected. Okay.
Sending scouts that way. I see a bunch of pikes.
Azul. Tabney.
Abney.
Yeah, no. Freaking do a better job at that.
Doff. Tabernate. Nekwamar. Doff. Nekwamar. أخدم تلمينا أزول أخدم تلمينا
Azul. Where's yours? Abney. Here? Abney.
إيه تابني أزول
Nakwana? Azul.
I see skirmishers. I see halberds,
Doff.
villagers. I do have enough gold I can start pumping out cavaliers. I'm sorry, paladins.
Where's yours? Abney. Azul. Where's yours? Here? Look, Jamal. Nakwana?
إيه تابني
Gotta freaking build a castle.
Azul. Abney. Here? Abney.
I'm losing a lot of. I guess I'm not doing that hard on my side. Gotta do better. Losing a lot of ground. Let me try to replenish. Maybe rebuild my forces a bit.
Nakwana? Look, Jamal.
إيه دجماي
Azul. Where's yours? Tab. Nakwana. Abinay.
Stoff Tabernate.
Here? Abinay.
Nekwama.
He's pulling back, isn't he? Eh?
Where's yours? Here? Here. Abinay. Azul. Nakwana.
Azul. Torre خفاء ماف. Tabernate.
My castle's up. I'm building some trebs.
Building
To
trade.
help push Vassal back a little bit.
Where's yours?
Start building tribes as well.
I Papiro have. Tabernate.
Azul. Dörratikonna. Abinay.
I got a chance, Sharky. Try to make sure build some stables in my area. Let me build a TC near you too now.
Yes. Thanks for reminding.
Nakwana.
Yeah.
TC will build.
Abinay.
And then after that, I can build stables.
Abinay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And see what Doba has in store. Building some light cav.
Azul. Stoff Tabernate.
I should be looking under heavy one more time.
Abinay.
Let me freaking scout a bit more.
Where's yours?
Why is there a wall?
Abinay.
I
Azul. Ferma.
Nekwama. Tabernate.
Dobo has a lot of, well, not a lot, but he has a few pallies in my area too, FYI.
Okay.
So he's already here.
On Dobo here, see how that turns.
Here?
Azul. Tabernate.
Walled up with some gaps. So. I guess I need to try for like a death channel or something because it's too obvious.
I took his 4 TC out here on this side, but
Yeah, I'm taking his houses, which so it's gonna kneecap him.
he's fast sending a lot.
I'm gonna scout the gap. Okay.
Let me see if I can sell my house. I'll take other rounds.
Oh no, you don't.
I gotta ring the bell, Sharky, and you're on my side. There's a lot of
Oh, is that right?
Italians
Oh
and
shit. What told me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm right now trying to micro on Dobo. Just pump out some light cab to scout ahead on. See what he's up to there. Fassel here as well. Yeah, Fassel, Conquistadors, Paladins. He has Town Center, which is target of opportunity if we want to push there. And there's a gap for some reason on his holy crap! How could he miss that?
I'll take out this castle, Salman. And I'll take a Siege Workshop out next. After that.
For some reason it's in there.
Can you help me when they come into the Rams? Not yet.
And here to die, and then let's see.
I got the bomber tower next after this. Because Fassel did, I think, use a lot of shit on me early on, so that should help a little bit.
Vessel's building bombards, so I'm trying to deny them with trebs.
Affecting my trebs.
Trying to lure me in, right? See that?
Yeah.
Or you're taking care of Rams. All right, so I have a Dobo and moving in here. More halberd. Here.
So Horm has Ellie's back there too, and build some monitors for those guys.
Okay, so basically bombard towers on here. But they don't really have a castle here. Let's see.
Hey, so Saman, are you trying to push along with the Trebs? Because that's not how this is supposed to be, right?
He asked me to protect him.
Okay, but again, I don't think
wasn't
that.
Horm protecting Dobo's trebs last game?
No, but he's not pushing, right? You're pushing.
Yeah,
No, no, I'm
not
saying when
making
Dobo
any
was
siege.
pushing.
I'm not making any siege.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm the one initiating on here.
No. We're talking on the other
There's one
side.
on both sides, Sharky.
Okay, but
So anyway, all right. I'll just ask for him to go balls to the wall.
all right. So I can build on.
That, but was it from helping the Trebs on the last game with Dobo? That's what
Okay,
you were saying,
so-
someone, no?
Yeah, so I can help you on. I can help you on the right finally. So.
Can you move your camels here in front of the Trebs, please?
Table's on you, so I can bring in paladins.
Yeah, that would be good. The hell did they do with the bomber towers there? It's crazy, okay.
Okay, so Horam has the elephants on the left. See any elephants on you? Yeah, I see elephants there as well. Let's see, castle might help, so yeah. Materials. Oh shit. That's actually really good. I've done my part on the left, and Horam is moving in. Would the janitors work against those elephants? Dude, what was that villager?
I was gonna say my onagers work the best against the Indian elephants.
Onagers, okay, got it.
Which I'm building already, just need protection. So if we can maybe help with...
The best answer is
Paladins, okay.
for you. Vision Franks.
Yep, Franks. Alright, got it.
Get my wood better.
No more bombards, so...
I mean, I guess all these freaking towers here. Sharky, move your pallets back. Don't send them to die in the bomber towers. Can you try to raid Fassel's eco here in the middle? See what he has.
Yeah, I'll see.
Let's
Scout them.
see.
Do you see bombards going up? They're probably already finished. Here.
No, keep going to his TC here. Try to hit his TC back there.
Horam is responding with camels, and
yeah.
there are castles here protecting.
At least we're scouting. Oh yeah. See if we can take out some of his villagers here.
Oh, there are castles galore over there. Bilbo's building towers to shore up the left.
You probably take out Dobo's villages here, someone. He's trying to freaking build more bomber towers. He got most of them.
I'm building shrubs to deny those towers.
Need to build more traps. Hoping on some traps now. Don't popped out. What the hell? Sharky, can you help with traps on the right a little bit or no?
Yes, I can build some shrubs.
That'd be good.
Oh. Towards those elephants, see how that... That should be good.
I'll check out the siege workshop, Saman.
Roads weren't all that were protected, but I can help you repair that. Pull back your I don't think your tribes are that well protected. Clear up pop, so I need to take care of some of these. Setup is like on the yeah.
I'm gonna build some more trebs.
Gonna see what the left is like.
Turkey, your trebs, move these trebs back, they're unprotected. Shark, Fassel just scouting us, that's fine. It's ours.
What's our market situation? Let's see.
No, we don't have one yet. I think we gotta clear this corner out.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see. Do we have the means? Right now, Dobo is just vulnerable on that side, so we may be able to.
How vulnerable is his main base? Like, if you can you like send Pally to take out his TC or something? Or, but I guess the camels will freaking be there, right?
I just sent some like scouts on there. Yep, scouts for that. Dobo's built on that side.
Come on, need some camels here. He has too many freaking Pallies, that's why. Dobo has
I think, yeah, Dobo is defending that side. Just from what I can see.
Those Pally just got slaughtered. Okay, that's good.
So he's showing up that side and pretty vulnerable here. Just has like one castle and a bunch of
I'm just see if I can
military buildings.
The bomber towers in the front that he has.
So yeah, Dobo does have an army there and a bunch of bombards to protect. Behind that is just a few production buildings. Okay, I see an elephant there. Let's see. Horman's protecting that area, that corner.
Azul.
Here? Avenue.
So I have a little more gold now.
Avenue.
Hey Sharky, let's do something on your side. I'm gonna build a.
Yeah, so I think he just has it's here. So, fairly vulnerable.
Why don't let me build some onagers on your side, right? What we can do
Yeah.
is we can probably cut through here, go around the wall.
Yes. Okay, cut there.
Which I can help with. Yeah,
Actually, once we up here for some reason, but it's well defended over there. So, yeah, it is well defended.
yeah,
it's
that's
here.
another issue. Yeah.
So,
I mean, we'll have to build some onagers there anyway in case, but yeah, that is kind of annoying. It is pretty well defended. Just trying to think.
see, Fassel has kind of some vision there.
Yeah, they're trying to come in a little bit here. Build some more unit forces there. Because they took out my forward castle, trying to build forward. I mean, they're trying to forward build bombers again here.
There's a villager in the way of the. Never mind, that's what.
Whose traps are these? I know there's some of these are mine. Shark, you think you have traps here too? Can you overuse them? Against the bombers?
Camels, so. A little more pallies.
Where's yours? Avenue.
That's your onager.
Sharky, take out this bomber cannon. You see this guy here, right here?
Cannon.
Bomber cannon guy right there. You see him?
Elephants incoming.
Yeah, I have onagers behind my trebs. Trying to help with that.
We have a Delbo coming in with Cav. Oh, yeah, I have camels there.
There's Huram has bombard cannons and here, Shark, you see them?
Yes, I do.
He's sniping basically my onagers with the bombard cannon, guys. And Fassel's sniping the buildings.
Watch your Andre. Oh, shit.
If someone can move these units out of the way, my villagers are stuck. I'm gonna make some champions for the Teutonic Knights as well.
Up right now too.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what these two are doing right now.
I have no idea either. I'm just wondering what the F is going on here.
Why is purple over here?
No idea what the
Doesn't even matter.
Alright.
What the fuck is going on with the train?
دازول أختم تلمينا إيه لك بابا دازول أكيرو هاو تابلي جدوف
Can bomber towers go
I have a situation there. I think that was on me because I instigated.
It's just kinda kind of freaking boring now, man. It's freaking
Yeah.
hours. Just like
Let's see how long have we been here? Okay, it's an hour.
Yes, are you coordinating your using that wall?
No, not really.
I mean, the pallies you can use on their trebs, which are all here.
Yes. So let's see.
And I also have to use my onagers on freaking Crumb's Ellies, but I have to be careful with this camels with my house.
Some archers in play as well. Okay, so I'm taking care of some of these siege, but let's see. Camels countering. Fall back. Treb's going down. The 35, 27, 600, 500, 5,000.
I have 13,000, 22,000, 5,000.
Alright, game still.
Right.
Quit.
GG, you guys. These guys are done. They just didn't know.
What?
They were done. They didn't know.
They were what?
They were done. They didn't know. They didn't have markets up.
Oh shit. Oh no way, bro. No way. Holy shit. How the Shoaib, how did the hell that happen? No markets at all?
I was not running out of gold, but yeah, we would have run out eventually.
Okay, Shoaib, you have 5,000 gold left. How many gold tiles do you have?
No, I'm saying that obviously, I mean, the game is like what, 1 hour now.
One of the logic, I think, the order of operations, we were going to try and seize Fassel's corner and then build markets after, but our push was a non-starter, so.
So why didn't you build markets like you did last time? That's my first question.
Again, I think that was our thought process was to get
No, we
the.
should have built it because remember, I
We
think
should've built it.
I was calling that out mid myself too, right,
That's
Sharky?
well,
Like we need to do markets eventually. So
No, actually, Sharky asked.
I asked
45
about markets,
minutes in-
but then
45 minutes in, he asked, "What are we doing about the market situation?"
yeah, and then I think Shoaib said, "Oh, we want to push on to the corner, then build markets." So that was kind of the order of operations.
Yes.
well, that's what we said before the game started, right? I don't think I said that when
No,
you
said
asked
that,
the
you
question.
said
Did
that
I?
45-minute mark, Shoaib.
Said what?
Said we need to push into the corner and build markets.
Maybe I guess I misspoke. I meant like that was the original intent, right? Which is what we all talked about.
Yes, that's fine. But the fact is, because you said that Sharky didn't build markets, I intentionally was not reminding you guys about markets. I had to remind you guys both to scout a little bit, which was kind of irritating, to be honest. So there was that. Fassel, to your point, why I was so involved on Shoaib's side, it's because Sharky didn't come over to Shoaib's side, but you had Dobo.
No, I get that, but it was I really didn't like the comp. The comp was him with pretty much just siege and basically letting you field any kind of cavalry or whatever. And I did not like that as a setup because that's essentially he's using you as the third player to push in. I don't think it's
I
fair.
get where you're coming from, but he had the halberdiers and Sharky wasn't there. So that was
Fair point. And then we retaliated, right? We retaliated
no,
with
I
Burrow.
had no qualms with the three of you guys coming together, wiping that army basically. The only units to survive was Orange. Let's be honest, the only units to survive that was Orange because I knew to retreat. But the biggest problem was that our guys had no idea that their gold was basically pretty much run dry.
Yeah, that's bad.
You know, Shoaib, so that's a kind of interesting thing. So one thing is
Hey guys,
like
I'm gonna go.
yeah, Dobo, thank you very much.
Hey,
By the way,
hey,
thank you,
Dobo,
really appreciate
great
it.
job.
Alright,
Great
guys.
job.
Go play, go play.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, you too. So I guess Shoaib, one thing on this map. So I guess the thing is that you never built any market, or you did build a market, but then you didn't trade.
No, this game we didn't.
We did not,
Okay.
build any markets this game.
Okay.
Azul.
So one thing I'll say is that I don't think the markets are that important that say in the first phase, like the early phase. So I wouldn't really bother with the market stuff. But as you get into that second phase of the game, and everybody kind of understands what the second phase is. When you're producing more gold units and stuff like that, I would definitely start thinking about how you're going to build the market, and then more importantly, what I would also do, Shoaib, is if you don't have that corner, or if you don't have a corner, build a market anyway. Maximize the real estate, whatever you have, and just incrementally start trading. It just makes the burn rate of your units less, so you don't really have to worry about it. The reason I'm saying that is because basically what happens is the other guy, like you're holding, the other guy's trying to come, but he can't do anything. At some point, you'll realize that you can't hold anymore because you can't produce anymore, and the gold will run out like suddenly, like it'll be just sudden, like you'll just be like 0. So the thing is, like the trickling of the gold certainly helps. And then so that's the only thing I would say about the market. And I think you had the right idea about like, hey, let's try to figure out like how should we push to make that to get a corner so that maybe we can get more real estate, therefore do the market thing and increase the market range. So from that perspective, work that context. I want to know from you, Shoaib, like, how did you feel in this second game? I want you to walk me through phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Like, from your perspective, how did phase 1 go for you, personally?
Phase 1, which I called out, did not go well for me, right? I mean, I called that out to the team. I guess
What exactly made
yeah, main issues were that on my side, I think Dobo and what's his name, Faisal, we're doing not a bad job in terms of like taking out my villagers here and there with the scouts, right? So they were kind of both active in my area, like kind of denying me some buildings and stuff like that, right? And then I think early game, I was trying to not lose that area like I kind of did last game, right? So I was trying to go a bit more heavy, I think, on the military initially, right? Which also wasn't successful from my end, right? So that hurt me as well, early game phase 1. And that's when I was kind of like letting my team know that, I'm struggling with that.
Shoaib, when you went in with that big force that you made, did you scout beforehand?
I believe I did. I mean, I can't recall for sure now.
You did not. Your scout went in 15 minutes earlier. So you had no clue what army Faisal had. You didn't know what buildings he had. That was the biggest reason why you died.
Yeah, so going back to, which is fair, going back to Horn's point, yeah, so phase 1 basically was a fail for me, right, this game. I think last game technically had a better phase 1 than this game, right?
So Shoaib, when you said like and I understand that villagers were being taken out here and there. I guess one question I had for you was like and I'm thinking like first 10 minutes, right? Like 5 to 10 minutes. So are you saying in the first 5-10 minutes those early scouts did a lot of damage? Or periodically?
Correct, because I think Faisal and Dobo were doing a good job both, right? It wasn't just one Faisal only, right? So I had to deal with both Faisal and Dobo scouts there.
Okay.
I did have help in the area, but then obviously they were microing them a bit, right? So it was hard for me to like clean them up as fast.
I see. So I mean, just from that perspective, I wouldn't just have like and depending on what you did, like again, it just depends. Like if you had like guys around your not around your TC, but maybe around a mill, I think you'll have a bigger problem defending that, as an example. But for example, if you have like guys around your TC more, it's so easy to hit the bell and then just have like.
No, that for sure I was doing. I was hitting the bell.
So where were your villagers kind of like randomly dying, like building house walls or houses?
No, I mean I was Slav, so I don't need to build that many houses either, right?
Okay,
so
okay.
That helped the team. I mean, a few of them I lost when I was kind of like trying to build some military buildings, right? Because I think my halves were kind of busy here and there with the other scouts, and then they were microing them to get to the other villagers, so they were kind of running around, wherever they could hit, right?
My suggestion there, Shoaib, is, and I know you've done that before, but maybe in this case it does work. So my suggestion would be, if you don't have enough army to protect, I want you to start building like more conservative. Meaning, if you were going to build military buildings, right? I would build them close to the TC.
Yeah, though this game obviously, I was kind of building it a bit further out, right, to try to not lose the, kind of like try to gain an advantage in the area, right, in the real estate. So that obviously was
remember this, Shoaib. Remember, like, if you don't have, so think about it this way. So let me ask you this: if the scouts didn't kill your guy, like your villager or two, would that have made the situation like would that have caused you not to have lost the area, for example? Like, what do you think is the main reason? You think like because of that hit early, you lost? That's the reason why you lost the area?
No, I mean, I knew, like, and that's what I kind of ended up doing afterwards, right? Because then I did scout eventually to see how much of a presence they had in that area, right? Like in the corner and stuff, and it wasn't like crazy, right? They had, of course, you know, like I think a few TCs there, and you know, a few barracks and other buildings, right? So it wasn't like anything crazy that I couldn't recover from. That's when I basically decided to start focusing on, you know, rebuilding my army and then building the trebs, right, as well.
I'll say this. So one thing is like you have to periodically scout the area that you want to quote unquote contest. So in this case, say for example, in this case you were trying to contest not necessarily the corner, Shoaib. What you're trying to say is you wanted to actually contest the resources that were kind of like there. You know what I mean? Now the thing is, one thing is that you have to have eyes, and if you don't have like, you know, a villager or something who can build like one of those guard towers or like one of the scout towers, you need like a horse or two to be, you know what I'm saying, like roaming around over there. So you know, like, oh, like the guy's starting to build there. Then the question would be is like, okay, you need to have some military that can go out alone, meaning, okay, so for example, if you send a combination of like if you have skirmishers and pikes, you can be relatively be okay that, you know, nothing's gonna happen, meaning like he can't just immediately kill you because obviously you've been scouting. And I think maybe that's what Salman is kind of saying is, so I think one issue to address, I wouldn't go crazy trying to get real estate, because early game it doesn't even matter if somebody builds a barracks or something. That doesn't mean that they own it. Like they literally can't.
If I make a quick point here, real quick, comms on our side for the first 15-20 minutes were dead.
Oh,
I actually at one point went silence, just to point out that they weren't talking, and then at that moment, it was at that very moment when Shoaib picked up what I meant, you know, these guys weren't communicating, and that's it clicked. I'm gonna scout and call out what I see. You see, just by communicating, that makes you more active on what's going on in the game. So that now
I have a feeling though, Salman, part of it is if Shoaib kind of got disrupted early with losing a villager or two or three or whatever, suddenly the tunneling.
I'm saying that's a two-way street. So if
Yeah.
communicate something that raises Shoaib's awareness level, and then it's like, oh, he starts communicating back, and then whole you guys become more aware of what's going on. The thing was, you got Sharky had no idea when I'm saying like, hey, I'll take care of the Rams. He thinks I'm talking about his side when I'm talking to Shoaib.
Right. Shoaib, one thing that may not have been really bad, given the way. So one thing, and you know, that's a point, Shoaib, that's kind of interesting, just because of the dynamic. So it's interesting that Sharky and Dobo weren't fighting much. So technically, if you scouted, like if you saw, like, and I don't mean like the 15 minutes that passed by where, you know, you said, oh, Faisal didn't have much because he had like a town center and a couple of town centers or something. No. That by that time it's a little late, right? What I'm saying is that maybe earlier in between. So say if it took 15 minutes, I would say like at the 8-minute mark or 9-minute mark, right? Like you're going in actively checking. The thing is, it's not bad if on one front, and I think that's what Salman's talking about. If one front's kind of relatively quiet, freaking get your teammate to come over. You're like, yo, help me. And here's the thing, Shoaib, this thing could have worked in your favor. Why? Literally, you asked the Franks guy to help you with the scout, like sending units with his cavalry, like go check. So all I'm saying is and here's the thing. Because Dobo and Sharky aren't fighting, like Sharky actually has the bandwidth, because he literally is doing not much. I mean, Sharky, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not like you were under pressure early game.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you see? So he's chilling, for the most part. You're kind of stressed a little bit because maybe a villager's died or something, and you're saying, hey guys, we need to control this area. So maybe there could have been some communication between you and Sharky and saying, hey Sharky, can you help me out here? As an example. Like, that would have been huge, by the way. I mean, damn, can you imagine Sharky's like units just come with you, Shoaib? I think that would have been a big deal, honestly. And it would have never taken that long either.
That's why I had to show up Sharky.
Sure.
So one thing Shoaib did not pick up on is that in one of your scouting runs, you actually saw Dobo's villagers.
Yeah. I was like, shit. I was like looking at it. I was like, shit, the one guy, he actually found out.
Yeah,
I didn't know if he found out though.
Shoaib didn't know he saw
No!
So, I knew, that's why I kind of booked it to Shoaib's area when I broke out. Because I knew Dobo was already there.
Yeah. Shoaib, damn bro. Shoaib, I actually thought you knew. Your scout literally... Did you control your scout there, Shoaib? Because he moved quite a... I'm telling you, man. That was like an OP play. That scout was the OP play because he literally saw, like, he went down, and he literally saw this line of 4 villagers.
Yeah, that was the moment when I called up they weren't communicating. And that's when he sent
Oh
me
no.
and started calling everything out.
That was huge because I think if Shoaib saw that, he would have immediately gone into, holy shit, Dobo's here. You know, like if Shoaib saw that.
Right, so two quick cents from me. In either of these games, I really didn't initiate. Now, I did recognize early on the disadvantage of Slavs, and I did anticipate that Shoaib was not going to take it easy. Okay? So I did want to cause some initial grief. And I did, in the previous game, give special kudos to Sharky for making a presence in Shoaib's area, late as it was. He still did. And Dobo had not been in my area. So if you, I mean, I've pasted the comms, the vids you guys can see. I made it a point to tell Dobo that I'm going to be in your area and you're going to be in mine, right? So that we're present for each other. It makes sense. That's solid. But more importantly, I'm not initiating. It was always Shoaib that initiated. Okay, so the first time he initiated, you know, horrible job with the onagers and even the Rams. That's why I think even Rams. But what there was the second part. Okay, so now this is what I was hoping, Simone. If it had been Sharky with all those traps, yeah, that would have pleased me tremendously, right? That's what I was looking for. I was looking for Shoaib to bring some sort of configuration that challenges me and Dobo to respond. But and you guys can watch the video. I posted it. There was never a there was never a strategy. There was never a call out. Raid push in. It was never like that. So I'm just making it clear from my perspective. Go ahead.
I don't recall Shoaib ever Dobo was on the side.
Yeah, that's the scouting thing, right? The comms, the scouting. So it'll always go back to comms.
I think it really went back down to comms.
Yeah, fair point. And that's what's really disappointing, right? The fact that in the comms there was no pressing on, and I'm surprised.
Like Sharky sending, Shoaib, did you know Sharky was sending traps to attack Dobo's tower on his side?
On his side, no.
Yeah, he told me.
10 traps, like, over time. At least. Could you imagine if that effort was sent on to your side instead?
Shuib, when did you know that Dobo was there? Do you know?
I think when Saman was saying after that, I mean, I think when I first called him out is when I saw his pally in my area.
So that first battle you had with the Onagers and the Rams, not at that time, for sure.
No, you're not at that time.
The next time, I guess, it's the next attack you did. Is that the one where you said, "Oh shit"?
I don't recall exactly, but I remember when I saw Dobo's pallies for the first time. That's when I said, that Dobo is here to pallies.
Okay, understood. And I guess when you saw Dobo's pallies, what was your, like, I guess what were you thinking? Like, how you guys were gonna address that? Like, how are you gonna deal with it? I guess how are you gonna say, like, for example, you saw Dobo's pallies, like, okay, so what was your thought process with Sharky and then subsequently Salman? Like, I guess what were you thinking?
I mean, so with Saman, I think that's where the communication was not good, from my side and Sharky's side, right, where we were not coordinating on that as much at all. I know we talked about it before the game started, but like in terms of Saman's camp was helping out with the cabins, I mean helping out take out their cabs and stuff, but during the game there was big gaps.
But my biggest pet peeve is watching you guys so both of you training no call-ups, nothing. There's so many times all of them die, and Shuib had no clue, and then Shuib was and then there were no paladins, all are dead. Or vice versa.
Right.
And I'm like, and my camels are just sitting there, because I'm like, I don't want to help them, because they're not even supporting.
Shoaib, question, did you see the pallies, like, because I'm assuming the attacks were from your side, right, Shoaib?
From the other side?
No, forget the other side. I'm talking your side.
No, you mean from the enemy side, the attacks, or are you talking?
No, your side.
Yeah, the initiative is from our side.
Yeah. I'm saying that. Did you see the pallies go in and like?
I called it one time, where he was sending them into the. Yeah, but we were sending into the bomber towers, and I was like, back, right? But I wasn't paying as much attention, obviously, as I should have on the other times.
One question I had, because this is great, by the way, this is huge, because this is all going to be useful for even next week. Here's the question for you, Shoaib. So there were bombard towers or whatever. I guess the question I had for you was like, what configuration did you think you needed? Not like this big siege, blah blah blah, right? Like, what I'm saying is in the mini battle, the smaller battle. Like, for me, the mini battle is like, that first army you sent? The small configuration? That's what I mean. How did you imagine you were going to go against, that situation? So, for example, like, Faisal, let me ask you this. What were you facing from Faisal? Last time I know you specifically called out stuff you were getting, like, the conquistadors, like you were talking about what hurt you. I want you to tell me what you think, from your perspective, what you thought was hurting you from from pushing Faisal back, from your perspective. And this is before Dobo showed up. Like, there's something's telling me that you were hesitant going in. For some reason. Now, by the way, I completely grant you that part of the hesitance was maybe you saw a bombard tower, and you're like, oh shit, I need to build siege or whatnot, and that delayed you or whatever. There could be some of that. The other thing is because maybe you didn't scout often enough, so then you didn't really know like what you were kind of going up against as an example. That could be part of it. But I guess what I'm saying is that You know, you thought at some point that you had the right force to take out the initial force you made, right, where you felt comfortable. So I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm actually trying to get to understand is, what was your point of hesitance, like prior to that? Was there something that made you be like, shit, man, I need a bigger force here because, you know, Fassel's got this or Fassel's got that?
I was just maybe, I think obviously with the early raids and stuff, I think I was just trying to get my eco and everything else settled as well.
Okay, so it was really you working the eco stuff and not really the fact that you had an army. It was the fact that you were still working the eco because maybe, I guess, you spent too much, like you said, you spent too much making the army, so then you were like really behind on eco.
Yeah, I mean that, and you know, obviously last week I was pretty active in comms. I mean, and obviously I guess I'm tired today too, so probably
sure.
Not to take away from, of course, Fassel and Doba, they did a great job, but you know, obviously I'm kind of tired too right now. So
yeah, I don't mind that. To me, the more important things are like, okay, I want to make sure that for everything you did, there's like a real explanation. Because next time it's not going to be an issue. I mean, you're not going to be as tired, so you'll be more vocal and stuff. And besides, I think
plus
the games are going to be more explosive.
There's 3 players, I think it'll be even more interesting.
It's going to be hell. It's going to be hell. Next week is going to be hell. Because the fights are...
The middle players are going to be very critical in the 8-player match.
Yeah. Very critical. It's going to be huge, right? So obviously experiencing the map is like one of the things. To me, the most important thing is like, you know, like, so okay, I think the phase 1, completely understood. Phase 2, Shoaib. Talk to me, phase 2. What seemed to be, what got you optimistic? What do you think worked? And what do you think that, you know, you still struggled or there was still a problem? What did you identify? From your side, at least.
From my side, I was focusing more on, you know, obviously having the onagers ready for the Indian Ellies, right?
Okay.
And then obviously I had, you know, I was pumping out halves to help with the camels and the pallies, right, from my side. Obviously, I think the way I built wasn't that great either, because there was a lot of like inefficiencies in the movement of the units and stuff, right? So that hurt also. But then I think the biggest thing that hurt in phase 2 is, you know, where I wasn't coordinating with Sharky, right? So I was kind of like trying to do stuff on my own. With Samans, of course, you know, help.
Right. Yeah. So to me, can you tell me what exactly was killing you?
Like ideally, you know, which I think I asked for later on, which Sharky did, but ideally, I think if, you know, I had his pallies, trebs, and some, you know, additional infantry from his side, that would help, right?
Right. So that the forces he had could have actually helped you tremendously on your side, especially if he had the, you know, especially Shoaib, you know, those early trebs he made. Holy shit! If he actually bought them on your side, you actually would have made, the gains would have been like even bigger. You know, like they would have been just big, real big. So to me, that was kind of important. The other thing that was also going to be important.
I think there was a lot of pop. You know, I mean, in hindsight, there was a lot of pop just idling on his side, right, from his army. So that also.
Yes. That's right. That's exactly right. So that would have been
like you guys, for example, walled it out and stuff. So Dobo wasn't really as present, you know, on that side. Right?
Correct.
It was kind of like his full pop was really on the other front, which obviously I was feeling. So that was the other issue. So there's a lot of units just standing there, basically pop being wasted, right? So.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at, you know, kind of the replay towards the, you know, almost towards the end of the game, mid-game. There's like 44 halves idling there and 25 pallies, right, just sitting there. So.
Damn.
Which, you know, to be fair, I should have, you know, paid more attention and helped call that out to Sharky, right? So. Not really blaming him or anything, just I guess trying to make sense of what happened.
Right.
No, but it, you know, Shoaib, it's kind of like an interesting dynamic though. So either you're able to defend.
I know my pop was split between Hals and Trebs and Onagers, right? So.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, like basically it's even, you know, even though Sharky was there, you know, limited capacity, I mean, he could have had a much higher force there, right? If there wasn't being used on the other side or just standing there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So have to be able to. So here was the paradigm. One side was not attacking or defending. You know, it became this weird situation. And then the other side is where it became like a single battle. Right? Now I'm hoping, and more than likely, it's going to be devastating next week, because there will, no matter what, there will be a push and pull. Like, for sure. I'm telling you, guaranteed. Next week there's going to be a push and pull. There's no escaping it, and I think you pointed it out. The mid player is really going to make it or break it for either side to a large degree, right? Not early, but somewhere at some point, you know, like maybe in the 10-minute mark, the mid player has to do something, because something's going to happen, right? Now, here's the thing. There was a tendency by both players to just go kind of like D, and then there was a time that Sharky could have actually punished Dobo. He didn't punish him, though. You see? Like, he actually, Sharky did pretty good with his castle and how he was building. All he needed to do was scout and then make a push. This was way before Dobo had all those pallies that he was, and I'm just saying technically speaking, if Sharky really charged in, Dobo was really screwed, because he built all his pallies on the other side, and he didn't have like enough towers. Like, he really didn't have much of a significant defense, to be honest. In other words, like, Sharky could have made like big gains actually, right? And then you are working with Salman. You're just working, saying, "Hey, guy, like, you know what? We'll work the D." So technically, I'm just telling you as an example. If Dobo is like fully committed and Sharky wasn't doing much, and yes, this goes to the comms and everything. I'm just kind of telling you like what this really means. You actually don't want a side to not do anything. You know, like if it's not doing anything, the one that's losing the advantage is the one that's actually has to do something. So in your case, I think you accurately identified, right? You're like, hey, I need that corner. The thing is that you're on the disadvantage, so you need to figure out how you want it. You need to get a corner, not the corner. So if you can't get the corner, you maybe want to make a play for the other corner. You know what I mean? Like, you make a play for the other one. So the game is set up so that both sides have to fight at all times. Like, there isn't a case where they're not really fighting. And I'm just giving you like some of the tips so you kind of like have a better idea of, like, you know, next week what it would mean. But I'm just saying, just because of the way the distance is between the players, whoever on the flanks, like whoever like on the left and right side, I mean, there's just going to be fighting. Like, there's no escaping the fact that people are going to be fighting, and the fighting is going to be up close. It's just that more than likely, there is a chance that if somebody goes balls to the wall early, that mid player who already knows what's going on can come in with those counter units and just blow the guy up, right? Which is why you don't want to go like, hey, I'm going to go Gots, or I'm going to go Huns, and I'm going to go do this thing. Like, not really. Because the mid player will show up and suddenly he counters like all your shit. And then you're like on the back foot and you've lost resources, and it'll be very difficult holding. So I'm just giving you an idea that it is about incremental wins, and it's about if the flank players, like players on either side, are not building like that balanced army. So, you know, you're going to have to defend that early so that you're not getting your early villagers killed. At the same time, you have to do the economy and get the food units up and still scout, because you don't know, like, you have to always know what the hell the other guy's coming with. And both sides it's going to be happening. So the key is going to be that even though the mid player is good looking at everything, but the guy who's experiencing the fight on one side or the other, that guy has to be constantly talking to that mid player. Like, they have to be saying, hey, I'm good, or I'm making this push, or I need to defend, or I'm low on this resource, or, you know, like, something's gonna happen where that mid player is gonna have to respond or react, you know. So I think, like, just kind of keep that in mind. Of course, I thought you made too many siege, by the way, by the onagers. Now, ironically, it just kind of worked out in a little bit because of the way you built your houses, where you were kind of like hiding the onagers and stuff over there. So it kind of actually worked, because Dobo didn't really know how to attack, so he just sent them in a group, and I think he got pancaked. I think he got pancaked quite a bit, actually. Like, all his pallies were dying and stuff, so it kind of like extended the game a little bit.
To be fair,
But
he
what I'm
also, pancake Sharky, by the way. He also pancake Sharky.
Well, yeah, because they were engaging each other, and then yeah. But what I'm saying is that there's so there's nothing really wrong with that. It's just that your pikes were way too ahead, and they were still not really able to be in that real good position to hold, right? Like to hold. And part of it, Shoaib, you were concerned with the rushes that were coming in front of you, so you needed to make sure that you had the pikes over there, the halbs over there. There's inherently nothing wrong with that equation that you had, like with the onager. I think you had the onager, you had pikes, and then you were making trebs, right? The only part of that issue was that you needed paladins on one hand, and you needed the camels on the other hand, and you needed them to absorb the shit that was coming your way, and that required the comms. So it wasn't that you guys didn't have the units. It's just that I guess Salman was saying that pallies would die. You're kind of left with Salman, but then Salman can't do shit because if Salman uses his camels on one side, the other side's open.
Well, I mean, that's something is the pop, because even at the end of the game, like on the other side, there is 50 military pop, for example, right? So if you look at the total pop,
right.
villagers out, you take, miners out, then if you have 50 military idling there on the other side, then
correct.
You're left with like maybe 25, 30 military.
That's why I said, for me, I was actually hoping you would actually do really well. I actually saw a mistake I did. I overcommitted on villagers. I had 155. So it's a problem I have that I have to figure out. And so anyway, with this problem, it was significant. And if you had just, if you had just shown up with Sharky instead of Salman, this was your game. Okay, I'm just telling you that. This is why I kind of got really disappointed. I actually hopped over to your channel. It's like, no, it can't be Salman who's doing this, because then I can come with blue. That's not the point. The point is that when I'm with you or we're playing together, we have a good config, we have a good setup, and when I'm versus you, I want to see the same thing. So take advantage of my mistakes. And dude, I had some mistakes, and so as a result, when you saw me go nuts with the Bombard Towers, partly prompted by Quran, but mostly because that's all I could do, because I also had some idling military waiting for potentially Sharky to break through to potentially punish, which he was always scraping the gates, right? So he was creating a bit of a tension activity. So I was there with some backup army, but I had honestly very little recourse because I had no idea that I really didn't. I did not know at the junction in the game that I had overcommitted on villagers. So anyway, it was your game. It's disappointing that you weren't able to capitalize, but it's also great that we're identifying that, it's pretty much what Salman said, and I think everybody kind of identifies. It's if you guys had just, honestly, if you had even just told Sharky, hey Sharky, your second or third town center, it's got to be in my area. If you had only said that much, I think you'd be in great shape. So anyway, those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, I didn't really get to just on our side. Obviously, there was still an issue with, reliance on Bombard Towers to army, not keeping track of like trade.
Okay, correct. So we had mistakes. Dobo did not have trade going till late, which I guess still is better than no trade. But then he was doing retarded stuff with the Teutonic Knights. He just made a cameo for no apparent reason, got wiped for no apparent reason, and then if you watch the stream, Hodom called him out on it at least twice, and he had no good answers there. So maybe the tiredness. Maybe you can say the tiredness, but we've seen this before. And then of course my problems, right? So my problems were there. And I was fully aware because I was scouting actively, and I made it a point for myself to try to be the one, at least the one that's scouting a lot better. Saman had made it a point last time, and I took that to heed, and I wanted to make sure that I just scouted better as per his counsel, and I did. And because of that, I was fully aware of what army comp you were going to send my way, and I made sure that I was building farther away just in case. Because your instinct was to go follow the tree line, which is kind of what you did, because shortest path fastest. And I built farther away so that I could have some cavalry ready, knowing your pattern. So that was not going to be a win for you no matter what. I was aware of it. But even though the initial part was not going to be a win, certainly the latter half was totally in your hands. Could have been a win.
Yeah, but that point goes back to scouting, because then your scouting also tapered off on top of Shuaib's. So, I mean, again, it just...
I ran out of the pop.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is that point that you literally just made with the scouting and Shuaib was dead no matter what he did, because he got caught with his pants down. Because of your scouting, right? Because you're aware what he was gonna do.
100%.
That applies to the next scenario where you got caught with your pants down, but Shuaib didn't manage to capitalize on it because he didn't scout. So he was not aware.
Help me remind me which part was this? It's not clicking.
So you're talking about when you had 150 villagers or something like that, right?
Right.
So my problem with show scouting was it reached your eco a grand total of, I think, 1 time, and then he had Sharky reach it 1 time. So they scouted your eco twice. Honestly, that's a bit of an issue. How many times did you guys get to see Shoaib's eco?
So I would say several times more than that.
You guys basically had a vision on it, like, for the first 15 minutes of the game. Whereas, again, they didn't really see yours except for, like, the first initial scouts, and then the one where all Sharky paladins went in. That was the 2 times they got to your eco to see what was kind of going on back there. Likewise, Sharky didn't know what was going on with Dogo's side, so, like, could have point where when Sharky could have punished Rubo, he couldn't because he didn't know.
Right, and in the spirit of sharing tips, because I think that's fantastic, one thing that I certainly was doing to help mitigate some of the manual, overhead of trying to scout, I made some scouts and set them to patrol. Now I know that Logan does this quite a bit, so I kind of picked up from him on that, and I kind of reproduced that effort, and that kind of helps. So I set the patrol pads between at least 3 or 4 different ones, and it served me well so far. I would definitely consider it a pro tip.
Shib, have you used the patrol, by the way?
That's when you do the shift and the clicking for the rally points, right? For the scout, or no?
Patrol.
What is that? What is patrol? Then?
Patrol is when they wander back and forth between the 2 points until you give them another command.
So you have to like send. You have to like set 2 points for that, I guess, for them to do, or is more than 2 points can be also done? I thought that's when you have the scout, and then you like have to basically place flags around the map. Isn't that what I guess you guys are talking about?
No. That's waypoint finding. So in patrol, in setting a patrol, it's the first icon on. How you have the defensive stance and all that other jazz. It's the very first one, right? So what it is when you're in a stationary position, right? So take a scout all the way to a corner, right? So he's in a stationary position in a corner. Then click on an area that, well, or not click, but rather scroll over to an area that is of good interest to you. In your mind, you're saying, okay, this is the route I want to set him at. So you picture, I want to do a cross travel.
Can only do 1 point.
That's what I'm saying. So for example, if you think about it, if you picture a square, right? So if you go to the top right hand of the square, and your scout reaches the end, right? Then what you do is, I'm just saying the way I did it. I haven't done it.
I'm testing it right now because I haven't used it.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you waypoint it, that's even better, right? Because then I'll do that in the future.
It's confusing, but yeah, you can.
So the simplified way for me is at least one position. So if you're on the left side, you potentially click on patrol first, and then click on the place where you want him to go. You know, almost like a racing game.
After scrolling or whatever, like you're saying.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
So you know, if you imagine a game of cricket, you know how the two guys are running between wickets. So basically, that's what you're doing. You're saying that's the other wickets. Keep making runs between them, right? So I did that, and that kind of let me have visibility for quite a bit, at least for the early game. And then of course you shut it down. But then you know, so it works for great for early game. But you know, that's for 15 minutes of the game. So you may consider that.
That's a good tip. Yeah, I'll try that out.
That's pretty big. I mean, for you guys to be able to, if you guys can use that, so I mean, it kind of works out pretty good. So yeah, Shoaib, I think from our side, Fassel didn't have much of an army for quite a bit, especially when you showed up with the Trebs. To me, that was the turning point. When you had the Trebs with your pikes and your onagers and stuff, that was the point where he didn't have anything. So literally, all you had to do was walk in. Like you walk
with
in.
Sharky.
Yeah,
with Sharky.
Because you by yourself are with siege and pikes are slow, right? You know what I mean? Like you're slow. So you just needed the pike. You needed the pallies to show up, and then basically like Fassel's on his back foot the whole way, like because he's got nothing. I mean, he really had nothing. So, I mean, you automatically. So your strongest point, Shoaib, was your winning point. Just saying, like you win that easy. Even with Sharky not like all being there, like even with the small pop he had, it was good enough because think about it this way. Ironically, the pop that Sharky lost is the pop Fassel already didn't have. So Fassel had like less than 50 in army. Kind of messed up, but shit. Just saying.
Not just that, from the less than 50, the 45 that I had the remainder, a bunch of those guys were waiting as backup in Dobo's area. So I was out. So that's why it was when I hopped over, it was like, no, dude, not with Soman, right? I don't want you to do this with Soman. But you had a terrific opportunity, and I just wanted you to know that's what I was actually. I wouldn't necessarily say that I was trying to put myself in a position where I couldn't counter you. I was actually struggling to figure out at that point, what the hell? How come I cannot create the necessary force? And you know, there's a bit of a lag, right? Like where the hell? And it's really difficult because between the trade cards queued up, you know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like hard to pinpoint what happened, you know? So that's a thing that happened.
A quick warning to these guys about that before we even started playing.
What was that? Someone?
So I gave Sharky and Shoaib a warning about that before we started playing that first game, because you know they're talking about markets. It's like, okay, when you're doing these markets, you remember with your eco is going to be messed up because you have miners, right? So now it's not every villager is going to be on your farms. Every villager is not going to be on your cutting your wood because now you have to mine, right? So that's going to affect your guys' early game eco.
and it's gonna affect how you go into the market. How you're gonna go like 15 miners, or for example, 15 miners, and then 5 trade cards. Then you'll do 10 cards, 15 miners, right? But then you guys aren't gonna remember. Okay, when I get to these 15 cards, I can start reducing the number of miners. You know, it's not gonna click that way. If you know what I mean.
All I know is that if you gave me that tip, it would have been appreciated.
I gave it to my team right from the get.
I didn't tell him that. They were struggling a bit. Like pop was a big issue, to be honest.
Not just that, but for Dobo, trade was an issue. Like, if you guys had your shit together with your trade, I mean, this game was it was yours, and for some reason, you just couldn't get it done. So, but it's good to know how close you guys were to wrapping it up. It's just that you couldn't close the books on it.
I mean, the more important thing is Shoaib and Sharky. And Sharky, I didn't talk to you much, but I guess from your side, like, I guess because like what, like you and Dobo weren't fighting, like, so you didn't want to do anything.
Pot shots at each other, but we weren't gonna like initiate that early without like setting up our economies.
I see. Okay. So the takeaways mostly, I would say, is simply Shoaib is like, obviously now you've got a taste for the map, and it's going to get a bit more complicated with 4 players. So my suggestion would be just like, I think the replay was pretty good. I think you saw the replay. Shoaib, did you see did you also see the replay of the first one, or you just saw the replay of the second one?
No, only the second one.
I see. Yeah, so I can't imagine. I'm not imagining that the first part of the thing is going to really be a problem. But I do think, like these hidden eco, like the trade card to the eco, like, and not having the population, that's definitely going to be an issue.
Yeah. Too excited with the gold mines.
Well, if you noticed, there was still so much. There was a lot of resources, by the way, still left.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like the nature of the game, right? So it's kind of important that the more important thing is, instead of getting like all crazy about some of this stuff, I think the more important thing is that, like, can't lose out on the pop, and at the same time, just like people, I don't know, shoring up, like Dobo's problem. Just so you guys know, Dobo made too much military, and then his pop was all in his military, and then his economy like was suffering. And by economy, I mean he couldn't even get to the gold. Like it was so hard for him to kind of find out how to get to gold, and literally they had a standing army for quite a while. So that hurt him a lot, because technically you guys were mining and your eco was getting better. His was already built in an army, and then he couldn't, like, he was like sitting around, like, like sitting around. So that hurt a lot, actually. Dobo, it actually hurt Dobo a lot, to be honest. So that was kind of like an issue. And then it didn't help that Fassel's like pop was having an issue. So I guess my point is, like, overall, I still think everyone did pretty good.
I felt it was more like whose screw ups cost them the game first.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I mean, possible. But I'll say this: both teams actually had good opportunities on both sides on the screw ups. Like, both did some pretty big screw ups too, and the difference was who took advantage of the screw up versus the other guy that didn't take advantage of the screw. Something like that.
Yeah, we can just appreciate our first Aegis night without crying in a long time.
Oh shit! Oh damn! Yeah, no one's saying like I got like shitty teammates.
Nigga, what you talking about? I came over to your channel, I cried in your face.
No, but that was
Takes a lot of guts to admit that.
But the best part is, what did you say? You're gonna have blue.
What?
He made a statement which was freaking too good.
I'll make blue go balls to the walls.
Yeah, there you go.
They're the balls to the wall.
I mean, I was having a good time after he left the chat. I was like,
Yeah, he told me that. I was like, whatever. I ignored it, to be honest. I just made up forces and just waited till these guys actually came up with the attack. I wasn't gonna take out anything. I was like letting you guys do all the do all the stuff. So whatever. I know Faisal was a little bit exasperated a bit. Part of it too was he didn't know about his. You know, that's the time when you were. I'm telling you, Shuaib, that's the time when you guys were attacking, where he didn't have his army, and he was trying to figure out where the hell his army. And then he's talking to me. I'm like, yo, where the hell is your where's your army though? I know you want me to defend this shit, but where's the army? Like, what do you want me to defend? That's why I didn't attack. You know, when you were taking out those buildings with the Trebs, Shuaib, I didn't come in to do shit. I'm not technically. Here's the thing. I ain't gonna do shit if the guy that's on my side doesn't even have an army. Hell no. No way. So that's why I'm telling you. You guys had that momentum where you simply would work with Sharky and you literally clear out that. You would have accomplished your objective, Shuaib. You get the corner for sure.
If he came with Sharky, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
the mistake was he came with Saman. So I was well within my rights to ask you to thwart Saman.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all right. That's not, whatever. That's like not the biggest deal. But my point simply is that I am actually saying that if you kind of, especially Shoaib, when you seeing the replay, that's the point where you have like that advantage, like,
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't just, as to quote Logan, I wasn't having the A game tonight. Because that's funny. I mean, obviously I played with Faisal quite a bit too, right? So I knew,
Yeah.
Since he was being a bit aggressive, but you also in the first game, with the TC which I think I
Right.
was calling out to the team, to Saman and them, like, he was very aggressive with that second TC. I should have scouted that and heard him on that a lot, right?
Yep.
And then I knew that also with the microing of the scouts and everything, I already knew that, he would be a little bit behind, right?
Right.
But I think I just didn't execute and didn't more before that I didn't scout as good as I should have, right? So
But that's okay.
but yeah,
I mean,
overall I think it was it was a good game. So the maps are pretty good. I think.
how did you guys like the balance on the? Now, by the way, there were no boars, right?
Yeah, I mean to me honestly, I think the map itself is fine. I mean, I don't know if it's a pet peeve of mine, but obviously when there's so many of those bomber towers and castles and everything, then it gets a little annoying, but because I guess it just takes some time to kind of get through those, right? Not like we can't get through them. So that was the only, I guess, annoying part, but other than that, I think it was pretty good.
Here's the thing, you guys, you can actually do it, and you've done it before. The
Mhm.
problem is this, though. Here's the problem. The problem is, Shoaib, is the bomber towers by themselves are whatever. To be honest, they're just honestly like whatever. The issue isn't really the bombards. The problem is you're losing the mini battles, the mini ones. So if you feel, so to me it's kind of like this. Like I think about it like a cascade event. You send this army to go to take Faisal out. That army gets kind of screwed. You're not able to do it. Now you're kind of like shit. Now the next time you go out, the guy's got like a few more towers or some shit or whatever. Got some units too, and you're like, okay, let me try to figure out like how I need to go in. But then you still remember the first battle, so now you're taking more time. So what's happening is the other guy is building shit. Right? And now in your mind, and you're seeing like tower. Now the thing is like, okay, tower is a stationary shit. You actually can take it out. Here's the question.
So, one quick thing, just deferring to the wisdom of Saman, that 3 weeks ago, this was the middle map where there were tons of boars, and there was like patches. I don't know if you guys remember this one, but anyway. I was tossing in a bunch of towers, and Saman made it a point to say, I will not let that go, right? And so he made it a point. So I'm just saying, between Khurram and Saman, I knew, based on my past conversation with Saman, that this is not in any way, shape, or form a strategy that's going to last or turn the tide. It's not. It's just buying time. In this case, it was buying time for me to freaking figure out what happened to my pop. Okay, that was it. But I think that you shouldn't worry about the annoying part because someone or whoever is on your side can
I think
easily
with that,
scoop
and I
like
think with
me.
8 players, it's not really gonna happen like that too.
Nah,
There's not
nah.
gonna be much time to even do
Nope.
that, right? So like to that scale. So I don't think.
But
it's
you
gonna
should,
be
but
an issue.
Shoaib, but you should. My point to you is this: towers, 5 towers, 7 towers, whatever. That should not be like a demoralizing thing for you, though.
No, it's not demoralizing. I mean, and I think by now, I mean, as opposed to like a couple of months ago, where when we saw like
Right.
2 or 3 bomber towers, we would like freak out. I mean, I think
True,
that's
true,
not
true,
happening
true.
anymore.
Okay, good.
My point was like, when I see more than 20, it's just like not demoralizing, but it's just to the point where I guess obviously it's gonna take time to get through that, and it just makes the game longer, right? But
What
I
I'm
think with
trying to
8
tell you,
players,
what I'm
it
trying to
shouldn't
tell
be
you,
an
Shoaib,
issue.
what I'm trying to tell you is, let's just say you had 8 players, right? Say that happened. I'm actually telling you,
Mhm.
it doesn't take that long. You think it's taking that long,
Yeah, if you have the death
Yep.
ball and the Trebs and the Rams with
dude?
you.
Yeah, dude, Shoaib.
Well, we
I'm
did
telling
that in the first game with Dobo.
Yes,
We
you
were
did.
took out that line of towers, right? It didn't take
Damn
that long.
straight you
so-
did. You did. So what I'm saying is, like, literally within seconds, all that shit goes away. Here's the thing, though. The reason Sharky's shit worked was
His
because
Trebs
he
lived. Yeah.
well, not just well, yes, his Trebs lived, yes, but his Trebs lived because that mini battle
Mhm.
that transpired before the Trebs, did their shit, he won.
Mhm.
Him and like Salman made sure they lived, and Sharky did his best trying to counter Dobo. So what happened is that he won the mini battle, which let him take out everything. Like he had free reign.
Yeah, no, that was good because I also was noticing the Mangadas are not too bad against the Cataphracts too, actually. So
Yeah. Of course,
That was
they're
good.
they're actually really good. So my point is, overall, basically, I wouldn't really get too worried about that. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. Literally, win that mini battle and then chill. Like your siege will do all the work, and you don't have to literally do much. So I'm actually happy that you brought the example that first game. That first game showed that towers in this game are like butter and they'll go away. Like literally they'll go away. But you have to win that mini game. That mini game has to be won somehow. So that's the one that you have to work on.
One thing I was really happy to see was how Sharky being on your side, Shoaib, was not in any way could be considered by opponents as a detriment or
Mhm.
a handicap. So I'm really happy with Sharky's. I was concerned because typically he tends to click more with Dobo as far as comms. And obviously your comms kind of sucked. So I don't know how you guys figured that out. But the fact that even with poor comms, the fact that he's not a rollover, that's fantastic. I'm
No,
really
Sharky
happy
did good.
with
I mean, even in the first game, I think Horn was saying it too. I mean, I know
Yeah.
he was struggling initially, but
Now,
he did.
I
He
want to say it
recovered-
from my
he recovered
perspective.
pretty good. Yeah.
It's fantastic. I'm really pleased with Sharky's performance.
Yeah, Sharky did really good, by the way. Took advantage, got the production. It's just a matter of coordination, but that's just a communication thing. But other
Well,
than that,
and I think to be
really
fair,
good.
the responsibility of that goes on me to initiate that rather than the Sharky, right? So obviously,
Here's the thing. I think
that's
Shoaib,
most
at this point, here's my suggestion, and Sharky, hear this out. From your side too. There's a stigma and there's this context, like when those white boys talk or whenever they say, "Oh, bad players, best players." Here's something that one can do no matter what. One can talk. One can communicate. It doesn't matter if you're good or not. You can talk what you see, what you have. To me, that's something that everybody needs to do. Period. Everybody needs to do that. So as long as you can do that, it doesn't really matter what the net effect is, Sharky. At the end of the day, because I don't think it's fair for other people to be able to try to compensate for somebody else not talking. It's kind of like everybody should be able to talk. It's the easiest thing to do. You don't have to do anything. You just talk. You literally can talk. Now I understand, initially you're concentrating, which means you can't talk because you're concentrating. But all I'm saying is It helps, man. It tremendously helps to
So
talk.
I've been saying it over the course of the past couple weeks, but my tip for all you guys for communication is simply just say what you're doing and what you see. That's that's all you need to say. I'm building paladins. I'm unpacking my trips. I'm packing my trips. Oh, Jobo has paladins here. Oh, Fassel has conquistadors there. That's it. That'll engage your team. That's all you really need to say. And
It is contagious, by the way. Like the moment you start talking stuff like that, other people start talking. By the way,
Well,
too.
then I think we also got. I mean, we also should be using the clicker a bit more, right? Because that helps kind of
Right.
make the point even more so, right?
Yeah, that would be huge. And I'm just saying, like, imagine with when it's gonna be a 3v3. I'm telling you, it's gonna be hectic. It's gonna be hectic, and hopefully, there's like, everybody can kind of make sense of what's going on. But I'm just saying, it's gonna be hectic.
Oh, we also made a new record for the same Civ the most consecutive times.
Oh shit!
Spanish.
I mean,
I just
Yeah,
didn't.
Pascal's gotta do
Dude,
something else.
I did not want to worry about choice, man. Choice sucks.
yeah, but that second
I
game,
just-
you gotta had me in the second game. I'm like, this guy's taking a little while. He may actually pick something else, but
No man, he called it. He said, "I'm just delaying it. Don't want
well,
people
no, he
calling
did
for
it
auto."
afterward. Yeah, he called it after.
No, he said that before he picked.
Yeah, but he was waiting for a little bit when before he typed that.
yeah, because Salman said you auto pick it. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I don't auto pick it. I delay pick it too.
Yeah, Pascal's got to do like a bit more diversification for sure. Can't be a one-trick pony with just one civ. They got to be able to do that with other civs and whatnot. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. Got to
I
be able
do
to do it.
have one question for my team on that last game. So I went Berbers to give them the 25% faster working castles.
Yeah.
Why were there
Nobody knew.
no castle units?
Nobody knew though. Nobody knew though.
No, I told
I
you
mean,
straight up.
no, he told us. He told us. Well, he
He
actually
told us.
typed it. I think he let the other team know too. I think in
I did.
the lobby. I did think about it personally, but I mean, with the Boyars, I don't really see them, from my perspective, really helping as much. And I was popped out.
I thought the same with the throwing axemen. I didn't think they were going to be as effective.
Like if I saw like a lot of conquistadors from Fassel, that's the reason I was mentioning that if I can use them against conquistadors, for
Well,
example,
could you not have used your
against
boyars
their
in conjunction
trebs and
with
stuff.
your helps to keep your onager safe?
Yeah, they would have helped on the front line a bit, right? So yeah, that's a fair point, which I didn't think about. Because my thought process was, I'll use them in case I see conquistadors and stuff. But yeah, I didn't think about the other one, which you're bringing up. That would have been good.
How many castles did you have anyway,
I
Shrade?
had like I think total.
Yeah. Total.
Oh shit.
You guys
Okay.
took some out, but yeah, I think I had 8 at the max.
You had 8? Okay, okay. So it wouldn't have been hard for you to produce them though. So. Yeah, I think with Sharky, I think with the Sharky in your case, I mean they can be helpful.
If
It's
you're
just
coming across helps, then yeah, throw
yeah.
it.
It can be, but I mean in your case it wasn't a big thing. In Boyars it would have certainly helped.
Yeah, Boyars. The
Boyars
thing was,
would have helped.
Boyars could have beefed up our line.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because then you wouldn't be.
I think I was expecting.
Paladin.
I think I was expecting janitors, or I never saw those guys.
Talked about that a little bit, and we kind of decided based on at least how the
I
way we
gave
use
them the down low on the benefits and the cons of the unit, and they decided not to use them.
I see. Okay, I mean that's I mean it is what it is, but
Yeah, I think ideally, yeah, that would have been interesting if ideally, if like Sharky also had a few barracks in my area and he was, let's say, doing helps and pallies, right?
I do
And trebs.
remember at one point Shoaib saying he wanted to build champions to fight Teutonic Knights.
no
was a terrible call, by the way.
Luckily, I only built like maybe I think one time.
Shit.
Terrible call for two reasons. For two big reasons. One, Teutonic Knights slaughter champions. That's number one. Number two, Sharky's Paladins were already there killing the Teutonic Knights.
Right.
Yeah, luckily I didn't. I think only when I said that I produced maybe 8 or 10, and that was it. I didn't produce them again.
Well, yeah, you didn't need to because Sharky was like destroying them, so it kind of worked out. But shit.
Well, plus, I had the onagers too, right, to help with them too. I think.
Yeah.
Your response would have been boyars, not champions. Don't ever.
That's where I think. Yeah. So from a pop's perspective, right? Because I think I was probably producing more halves than I should have. Like I should have diversified more with the boyars, like you're saying, and like less onagers, more boyars, probably a little bit less halves, and I have asked maybe Sharky to help out on the halves too.
It would have been nice to see a couple Scorps in there as well, based on the sheer amount of cavalry you were seeing.
Yeah, I mean that crossed my mind. Because that's what I did last game, right? The first game.
Yep.
So.
Sure, what is it with you, man? Man, when you need to build a stupid Scorps, you don't build them. Like, by the way, just so you know, the Scorps you built that first game actually deterred Fassel from doing shit.
Yeah, no.
Like, he couldn't do anything. But then this game, when you needed it.
They're also helping against the halves and stuff too. Right?
Yeah. Of course. I'm just saying.
No, it's not, so it's not. I mean, it did go through my mind. Obviously, I should have probably voiced it, to ask about the team about it, but
right.
I just decided not to. I think I was maybe focused more on the Indian Ellies a bit.
Right. So if you want to think about that, the shenanigan ball that you guys had. So think about it this way: you making pushes requires for your trebs. Everything else is to actually protect your trebs, right? And technically, for you to live a bit longer, you needed the onagers just so, for example, you could take out the Indian Ellies or whatnot. However, I don't think you really need you don't need to build that many onagers to really take out the Indian Ellies per se. Like, it's not really like the thing to do as much. But nevertheless, you did, right? The point is the mini battle, right, Shuaib? So, your objective, I see bombard towers, I see some shit buildings, I'm going to take them out, and you didn't really, it's not like you were building that many rams or anything, right? So in your mind, you're still thinking, trebs are my main focus to take out shit. So now you have to say, okay, what is it that I need to have to save my trebs?
Well, that and also the other thing which I didn't call out, but at least I was kind of like mentioning it, where I think none of our saves had any bomber towers, right? Because that would have technically could have helped too a bit, right?
To some extent, yeah.
Not that you need it for not that it's a rule that you must have it, obviously not. But I'm just thinking if one of us maybe had it, that might not have been such a bad thing. Like if me or Sharky, one of us had it, right?
Right. Yeah, understood. Like, yeah.
Sharky had that as Toots, and he actually helped you at the end. He helped you at the end of the last game.
He was Frank's. He was Frank's second.
The second game was Frank's.
Yeah, he was saying at the end of the first game.
Oh, right.
Yeah. First game he did help, and the Toots, which did help us.
Yeah, so Shoaib, to me, that it's just kind of like, obviously it's a bit complicated with what you're trying to do, but the thing is, you have to be able to identify what you're protecting. I would look at it this way. Like, first you need to identify what you're protecting, because what you're protecting is to make that push, and then work it out that way. And then on the flip side, as you're working that out, you have to identify what the other guy's going to come at you with. So it reinforces what you're going to do. And of course, if you happen to be using civ bonuses, then in that case, it's like, okay, like Salman picked the Berbers with the castle, 25%. Then you're kind of like, okay, it makes a whole lot of sense. Does it make sense for me to, like, based on the civs I have, does it make sense for me to do something like that? So I think those are the types of, and I don't know how much, like, you were kind of talking about that, but But that would have been kind of like the useful play.
I gave him a choice between Huns, Berbers, and then me going Japs. And I told him if I go Huns, you get faster stables, Berbers faster castles, and then Japs, I'll just play Japs. And
Yeah.
they went
that's-
with Berbers.
I mean, and I was telling someone, I mean, the reason I didn't go with Huns, even though it was tempting, is that, especially considering like next week and, just generally
Yeah.
the way we play, I don't want to get used to us playing without houses, right? 'Cause,
Right.
Well, no, that's just me. Only
Oh, I
would
thought
have to-
I thought he said I thought he meant him.
No,
Huns.
what I would be
See,
playing.
I guess that shows you I had a long day today. I literally thought that was like the team, from
Hey, guys, yeah. Speaking of which, I'm going to bed.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Guys,
Talk to you later.
Yeah, I think that flight
Dang.
didn't mean it, hey, but the best part is I got out the airport and there was like I guess
Uh-huh.
a bunch of people traveling for spring break or some shit. So
Okay.
I was waiting for my Uber and Lyft, and something
Mhm.
like five white college kids, came without their masks and shit, and started like saying, "Hey, we're gonna get COVID, we're gonna die," like just
The
joking
shit?
around, and like they were going to up to other people and just talking to them without masks and shit, like freaking retards.
Really?
Yeah. I was like,
What the
freaking
hell?
I mean, also they look like they probably had something to drink too, I'm sure. But I was like, Logan's not coming tonight, but I already saw some white shenanigans from the white boys.